got it. And if you would rather not appear, then please do switch your camera off. You can have your cameras off or on for this event. As we all know, we're all in different circumstances. We had cats yesterday, we had doorbells, we had all kinds of things, you know, because we're all in different places. So please don't worry about that. Okay, so I'll just start with some introductions before we go into more detail about the project initially and then into our keynote speaker. So, as I say, I'm Vicky Hunter from the University of Bath Spa. I'm a white woman in my middle years, wearing glasses, pink lipstick, a black top, and I have dark hair. I will pass on to Daniela.
Thank you, Vicky. I'm Daniela Perazzo. I'm based at Kingston University, and I am a 48-year-old white woman with an Italian accent, which I haven't lost, despite the fact that I left Italy for the UK 20 years ago. And my daughters think it's cute in their sort of teenage-like, very condescending way. My voice is also still a little bit funny because I'm recovering from a cold, but my body feels less achy today than it was yesterday. And I suppose it's also to do with the fact that the nerves of the first day have sort of dissipated a little bit, and they're leaving more room for a kind of opening and feeling of being receptive to what the day will bring. So I'm really present to what will unfold. I mean, for now, we've got a long day, but it's good to start with a lot of receptiveness. Michelle, over to you.
Oh, hello, everybody. Lovely to have you with us today. My name's Michelle Elliott, pronoun she, her. I'm one of the network co-investigators, and I'm also based at Bath Spa University, which is a university in the southwest of England. I'm a 50-year-old woman, brown skin, curly hair, glasses. I'm wearing a kind of dark top today. I'm looking forward today. I'm feeling a little apprehensive about the length of the time we'll be here, but like Daniela, really excited to be receptive to the ideas. And also, I like being in spaces where things are all a little bit unknown. So I think that will lend itself to today. Julia.
Thanks, Michelle. My name is Julia Pond, pronouns she, her. I'm also based at Kingston University. I am a white woman with an American accent in my mid-40s. I have black hair with some gray streaks, and I am wearing a green woolly jumper. My background is blurred. I am calling in today from the west of Dartmoor. I'm really excited to continue the conversations that started yesterday. Feels like lots of learnings at micro and macro levels for practicing differently and being differently with each other, exploring what being pluriversal or practicing the pluriverse could mean. And I'm the project coordinator and one of the core members of the network. So just a little context, the research network this is our launch event, but it will encompass activities over the next 18 months with 7 events in total on and offline. And it's inviting both dance professionals and people from other sectors to join as participants and as presenters, as we'll experience today. Beginning today with mapping the dance pluriverse with this event, the network is going to continue on to explore choreographing and producing a dance pluriverse. And Vicky, I'll hand back over to you now.
Great, thank you, Julia. Just before we go any further, we are thinking about the dance world and we are thinking about the dance pluriverse. And I just wanted to acknowledge the very sad passing of Emma Gladstone, who was a key member of our community and a key mover and shaker. And whilst I didn't know her personally, or I didn't get a chance to work with her, we just as a group wanted to acknowledge her contribution to the field and also acknowledge that many of those people who are here today will have worked with her. And we just wanted to mark and acknowledge her contribution. So moving on. 2 of the network in hand. So our network, Dancing Otherwise, Exploring Pluriversal Practices, is funded by the AHRC, which is the Arts and Humanities Research Council. And we are one of 5 networks that form the Dance Research Matters initiative, which was started and promoted, just like somebody, by Sarah Watley and the team at CDARE in the Centre for Dance Research in Coventry. And Vip, who I think is on the call, is coordinating the information between the 5 networks. So please do go on the Dance Research Matters website and have a look at those other activities and what else is going on there. We are working with partners. We're delighted to be working with partners, Sussex Dance Network, South East Dance in Brighton, the Live Art Development Agency, and Feston Fest. We have a wonderful advisory board, members of which are here today. So Amanda Bailey, Kathy Turner, and Natalie Garrett-Brown. Thank you for helping us along the way. The schedule for the day is on our website and also on Eventbrite, and we've also put the links in the chat as well for you there if you're needing further information. We also have a Padlet, which we're very excited about, which is a repository for us to capture some of the thoughts and questions and observations of the day. But it's also a space for you. It's also a space for participants to put in their materials, their links, their information, or again, their observations. So please do see it as a creative space. If something comes up, you can either put a question in the chat, or you might just have something you really want to share with people. And we had everything, not everything shared yesterday. We had a lot of things shared yesterday, including links to children's stories, links to images, and questions and chats on there as well. So we have other events coming up in the network, as Julia mentioned, and we'll talk about those at the end of the day today. But one thing that is coming up is a podcast with the wonderful Gemma Harmon as part of the Res Dance podcast series, and we will be recording that in February, so you can find that on our website soon. Before we go any further, we just wanted to talk about taking things slowly. So I'm going to try and slow down with my delivery and try and slow down, but also mindful that we have our keynote coming up. So there's a bit of a tension there going on. But we wanted to give you a bit of context from our perspective on what the heck a pluriverse is, means, does for us. So I'm going to read from some thoughts. A pluriverse describes a world of many voices, practices, and perspectives, both human and non-human, coexisting in an enmeshed manner, in dialogue with one another. It thrives and survives through equitable exchange and working together. Pluriversal thinking provides an alternative to the idea that anything can ever be solely universal. The pluriverse challenges the idea of single truths or rules and opens up the possibility for multiple worlds to converge. So we are, of course, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong bit there, sorry. So writing on decoloniality, the Argentine scholar Walter Minou identifies the origins of the term as emerging from scholars who were writing about the Mexican Zapatista national liberation movement in the late 80s and early 90s. Minou observes that it was the Zapatistas' own decolonial political version of a world in which many worlds would exist that announced the pluriverse. So this first online event opens our activities and involves dance practitioners, researchers, and producers alongside speakers from the fields outside of dance studies. Together, we aim to raise our collective gaze, look across practices, sectors, and regions to find points of connection where we can engage in creative conversations and find new ways to be otherwise. It emerges from our interest in dance and politics and a curiosity about the potential for dance to explore and provoke ways of relating and being otherwise. Established arts funding systems and the financial support for dance research and institutional and academic systems often replicate neoliberal market conditions that set dance artists, researchers, and producers in competition with one another, and as a result perpetuate siloed modes of working. So we're looking beyond the mainstream to explore culturally diverse, environmentally engaged, experimental, and edgy modes of making, producing and researching dance that tell us something about the aspiration of artists and researchers for being otherwise. We're talking here today about dance practice and research that reaches out to diverse groups or seeks to edge its way beyond the mainstream. It might be based outside conventional theatre spaces. It might engage with diverse audiences and challenge conventions. It might ask difficult questions or propose radical ways of organising bodies in space. Or it might invite non-human others into the creative process. We're interested here in engaging with work and working processes that advocate for change and the decentering of dominant frameworks, such as whiteness, ableism, heteronormativity, and anthropocentrism, in order to explore reimagining the UK dance ecology moving forwards. So I'll now pass on to Michelle.
Oh, thank you so much, Vicky. So yesterday in day one of the things that we observed in the conversation was evidence of how many dance practitioners are grappling with how to reconcile the great social, political, economic and ecological challenges of the present time with their own internal lives, practices, experiences and aspirations. And we recognise that as we come together today, we're at a particular period in history that's can be defined by a real rapid pace of change, and where in a deluge of information, many of us are trying to understand what's happening in the world and what is the deep meaning of these events. Now, one of the cognitive capacities that appears to be most distinct to human beings is our capacity to engage in collective imaginings. And so today we're inviting you to join us to participate in some conversations around some of these issues. And we've talked as a team about the nature of what a conversation can be about: sharing ideas, expressing our experiences and feelings, challenging, persuading and comforting others. But the idea of a good conversation perhaps might lie in the fact that it should be seen as a cooperative enterprise rather than a series of disconnected remarks. So we've been thinking about how we begin to negotiate with you and navigate conversations where there's a cooperative spirit, but where there's also a proliferation of different viewpoints and experiences. So we've considered really, in our conversation today, what is it we are attempting to direct our collective attention to? And we proposed with this network that these 2 days are about listening to a diverse range of different perspectives in order to be able to see how people see their practices and experiences within the concept of the dance Pluriverse, which, as Vicky has explained, is a world of many entangled voices. Now, there are some things that are implicit in what we're doing today. One is that conversation is really valuable. We're also anticipating lots of different conversational styles, attitudes and approaches today. And we're interested in considering how we can use difference as a way to coexist and connect us, rather than difference creating kind of separarization and polarization. And we're all, considering how we can hold on to our own passionately held views without getting to a place where we become intolerant of the views of others. So our network and what we're proposing is about building dialogue and not in any way trying to create a consensus around some kind of artificial hierarchy of ideas. It felt important for us also to acknowledge some of the kind of power dynamics which are inherent in this conversation. We know as network coordinators that we are situated in and also limited by our positions working in UK higher education. It has all its historical power and frameworks kind of embedded in that. And we do know that trying to escape colonial mindsets can be really difficult, and that sometimes dominant thought patterns and assumptions can keep returning even if they're uninvited. And we also hope, as Vicky mentioned from the outset, that today can be a place where we can all slow down a little bit and allow space to listen. And yesterday, the idea arose about time being some kind of commodity, and that actually, if we decide that we're going to slow down and allow room for others and otherness, there's a kind of ethical dimension to that choice. So we are trying to find the right tempo for our conversations. Let's experience pauses and the planned breaks as a welcome opportunity to kind of reflect on what we've heard, and also to kind of make sure that we're finding a flow for the conversation that feels inclusive for everyone who wants to participate. And one of the things that we know is kind of that's very important in a lot of dance practices is the ability to for the dancer to develop a really heightened sense of interoception. So we know as a community that the ability to listen to our own internal body states is something very specific to our discipline. And for that reason, it means that dance making affords us a really particular way of being in the world. It's a very distinctive form of engagement. So we want to acknowledge today that your personal experiences, feelings, emotions about what we're discussing, they're all really valid forms of knowledge. And we want to propose that our conversation, in these conversations, we look at how reason and expertise could be seen to be in concert with our experience and our feelings. And perhaps we'll make good progress if we can turn some of these curiosities we have into questions that will allow us to examine the topics at hand. And what became evident yesterday is that some of these concepts that we're exploring, they really resist easy categorization or generalization, because the roots of some of these ideas we're discussing are deeply embedded in a very complex web between kind of history, culture, politics, and economics. And so perhaps at times these conversations might feel a bit slippery, hard to grasp, half-formed. And we know that it can be hard and difficult on an online session of this nature for everyone to feel as if they have a voice. So please do use our Padlet that there's a link to in the chat to express your ideas or musings about anything, whatever form that might take. You know, we really want to encourage you to see that there's an implicit value in your unique position in today's event. It's really valuable, and we want to acknowledge it as such. And we've purposely tried to resist predicting or determining in advance what's going to emerge over the next 2 days, because our first role in mapping the dance pluriverse is really to spend some time listening. So I'm going to hand over to Daniela.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, so today's event, which is the second day of the launch of our network, is for and with dance people, researchers, artists, producers, educators, students. So we celebrate the wealth of knowledges, ideas, and passions that players of this field nurture, share, delight in, work with, and also fight for. But we also want to acknowledge the different positionalities that are represented in the field, and have spent some time as the research group reflecting on our own positionalities and also especially on our own blind spots. So attending to and celebrating the field and its people also means engaging with care with its different voices and trajectories, asking questions, listening, traveling through areas that perhaps we as the researchers are not particularly familiar with, asking more questions, posing, staying with a new place to soak in its energy, take in its roots and its driving forces. We feel strongly that in order to do that, we also need to move outside of the field, so within the field, but also outside of it, to try and gain new vantage points. So this is why we've reached out to wonderful, inspiring colleagues outside the dance field and have invited them to join our conversation yesterday and today, as we feel their perspectives will help us draw a richer, better informed, and also perhaps more wildly imaginative map of the dance pluriverse, of its present and its futures. We have asked socio-environmental researcher and activist Katia Valenzuela-Fuentes, environmentalist and post-development expert Ashish Kothari, and philosopher, writer, activist and psychologist Bayo Akomolafe to offer their own views on what being and operating in a pluriverse may look like. So we had Katia with us yesterday, and today we have Ashish and Bayo later on. We want to learn from them how activist groups operate and how this may help us understand how, as a field, we might organize and shape our community differently. And lots of interesting ideas came up yesterday in relation to Katia's talk. We have notes of that in the Padlet for those of you who've missed it. And also, as you know, we're recording the Zoom calls, so there will be a video record of that as well. We want to hear about the Pluriverse from Ashish and how we might harness dissenting voices to envision alternative dance worlds. Sorry. We want to understand how we might respond to crisis differently, to learn to stay with what emerges so that we can imagine an otherwise for dance in its present and in its future. So while we are, of course, curating these conversations, we want very much to listen to the voices and the dialogues that will emerge. And we're committed to letting these dialogues rub against our own preconceptions, push us outside of our comfort zones, and help us learn how we may see and do things differently. We are committed to engaging with a process that ultimately we hope will lead to imagining a better, which we understand as more just, more equitable, more accessible, more sustainable dance pluriverse. So in this sense, we need your help as much as possible, hence the invitation to contribute to the conversation through the chat, through the Padlet. What are we missing? What are we not seeing? What is still unnamed? What is still unseen in our conversations? Of course, we can't cover everything, but we also want to very much be aware of where we're not looking. So how do we want to relate in this space and in this time that we are sharing virtually with each other? We've thought carefully about how we would like contributors and attendees to relate to the material brought into the conversations and with each other. And we are very aware that we've all been exposed to and been actively involved in different ways of curating dialogues and conversations that emphasize inclusive approaches to presenting, frameworks for safe spaces, brave spaces, accountable spaces. We've learned a lot from all of the approaches we've encountered and adopted, but we're also very aware that what feels right, that feels safe or brave or inclusive or engaging will be different for different people. So we invite you to join us holding the values that many of these models have in common, which help us build more equitable spaces. We ask you to step into this space with an open mind, with a respectful heart, and with a willingness to listen with care. We suggest that you may want to allow some space for your own and other people's vulnerability, if you can bear it, and that you do what you need to do in order to feel that you can meaningfully participate and share this time with us. To the presenters, we won't prescribe how you should introduce yourself, but we do invite you to offer a brief self-description that points to something that is meaningful to you. This could be visual, but it could also equally be about what your body is experiencing, what is alive and present in your awareness right now. Just a couple of words to invite us in a little closer. Speakers will be spotlighted during their presentations and the Q&A. At the end of the presentations, there will be time for questions. Each panel will be facilitated by a member of the research team, so either myself, Vicky, or Michelle. For speakers, if you're sharing any slides or any visuals during your presentation, please go slowly with the scrolling so it helps everybody take things in. Keeping to time is important so that we have enough space for conversations and so that there is space for everyone's contribution. We will remind you that your time is nearly up, and from that point, you will have about a minute to wrap up. So sorry if that feels brutal at times. We had this issue yesterday where we would have liked to have had more time, but we very much value the space that we've kept for conversation. We ask, of course, you to address each other with respect and to keep jargon to a minimum, because we're all coming from different perspectives. To attendees, please keep your microphones muted during presentations. We encourage you to use the chat for questions. As we've already said, both during and after the presentations, we will manage the chat during the Q&A sessions. You can also raise your hand and we'll do our best to keep track of all of the reactions. We had up to 95 people on the call yesterday, so there was a lot going on in the chat, but there is 4 of us, so we work as a team on that. As we've said, we've also created a Padlet. This has been said repeatedly, and it's also been linked in the chat. There are different sections in the Padlet that sort of map onto the various themes. So we have one on activism and community, which was specifically related to Katya's presentation yesterday, one on the Pluriverse, which is specifically related to Ashish's presentation today, and one on crisis emergence and the otherwise, which is related to Bayo's presentation later on today. But we also have other tabs and an open space for what else, various voices that come through the conversations with dance contributors, practices, positions, voices, and anything else that you feel is missing can be added to this chat, and we'd be very grateful for your contribution to that. The Padlet also includes a questionnaire, because there we go, this also operates within specific structures of funding and reporting. So your feedback in a formal way is very useful to us to continue the research and to report on it. So this is linked in the Padlet. This it's very short survey that we've created for you. It's linked in the Padlet, but we will also circulate the link in the chat separately, so that it's a discrete link and you can open it from there. I think I've done all of the housekeeping, just repeating that we're recording and that you can also turn on live captioning from clicking onto more on your Zoom screen, if that is helpful for you.
Great. Thank you, Daniela. I don't actually see Ashish's name popping up in the participant list in order to spotlight, unless Ashish has arrived with a different name or has an assistant. I don't know.
Ashish, are you there?
Are you there, Ashish?
Let me also check my emails.
Yes. So we'll have a little pause in proceedings right now for people maybe to get comfortable and get a cup of tea. We will start with our keynote at 10, which is in 2 minutes' time. See you soon.
See you soon.
And we're going to leave, Daniela's going to keep liaising and try to sort Ashish out, hopefully. So yesterday, there might be people here who were also here yesterday and might have some reflections or comments that kind of percolated overnight. And if that's so, then please do put those in the chat. That'd be most welcome. So we're going to start with just some reflections on what happened yesterday. We began with a keynote from Katia Valenzuela Fuentes, who talked about social activism.
He's just joined.
Oh, we have Ashish Kothari here now. Great. I think we've managed to sort a few things out. Okay. So you don't have to hear me talking. I'm trying to sum up the whole of yesterday's events. If you have a look at the Padlet, though, if you are curious about yesterday's events, do look on the Padlet. Katia also responded to some questions that we didn't have time for during her presentation. So have a look there and you'll get a kind of an overview of some of the key questions that emerged yesterday. So I need to spotlight Ashish. Bear with me.
And Ashish is just getting his video started as well, so we can't see him yet. Hello, Ashish. Welcome to the session.
Welcome, Ashish. We were worried for a second.
Hello. Sorry.
Don't worry. It's all good. Don't
Right.
worry. It's nice to see you and to have you with us. Will you allow me to introduce you and read your bio and say a little word about how you and I have been interacting over the last few months? It's really lovely to finally get to be in conversation with you. So Ashish Kothari is an Indian environmentalist working on development, environmental interface, biodiversity policy and alternatives. Environment and wildlife have been passions since high school in Delhi, when in 1978-79 he founded Kalpagriksha, which I've probably mispronounced, apologies for that, a non-profit organization in India which deals with environmental and development issues. From that time onwards, he has been associated with many people's movements, and he's also taught at the Indian Institute of Public Administration, has coordinated India's National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, has served on boards of Greenpeace International in India, ICCA Consortium. He has been judged on the International Tribunal on Rights of Nature. He helps coordinate national and global networks like Vikalp Sangam, a global tapestry of alternatives, and Radical Ecological Democracy. He's co-author and co-editor of Churning the Earth, Alternative Futures, and of Pluriverse, a post-development dictionary, which of course is the book that inspired the title of our network. I would also like to say that over the months of emailing Ashish, I don't know, I hope you don't mind me sharing this, I've sent him many emails, and sometimes I would get an out of office, but the out of office that I got were like no other out of office I'd ever received. So an example is, once again, in a trans-Himalayan trance of rapid email responses, there may be less chance. Let's hope you don't look at this askance, or if you're so inclined, make a song and dance. So this is a little intro to what I know of Ashish Kothari, who obviously even after the out of office would still respond within a day or two maximum. So thank you for being in conversation with me already, Ashish. We're looking forward to your presentation. I know you're sharing your screen, so if you want to go ahead and do that. And over to you.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Daniela. Thanks for that generous introduction, and thank you for this opportunity. Like I told Daniela, I don't know anything about dance, and I can't dance for nuts. So I hope what I'm going to say will be of some relevance to this workshop. But I'm very happy to always engage with people from different sections of life, working on different kinds of aspects, because at the end of the day, if we really want to deal with all the crises we're in, we need to really be able to pool all of our different talents and skills and interests and perspectives together. So thank you for that opportunity. Just let me know if you can see the screen, full screen. Is okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'll speak for about half an hour, or maybe 35 minutes, and then hopefully enough time for some discussion. Okay. All right. So the first part of the presentation, usually I do it much longer than I'll do today, which is looking at the crisis itself. I think everybody who is on the screen right now would be in some way or the other familiar with the fact that we are going through multiple local to global crises. And importantly, that these crises, whether they're cultural, ecological, political, economic, and personal, that many of us go through, whatever we are facing in our own individual or community lives, there is intersection that's taking place, both at that very local level for us, but also, of course, globally. And I think these intersections between these different spheres of life are very crucial, and I'll keep referring back to them in the rest of the presentation. We also know, especially from areas like India and the rest of the global south, that what has come in the name of development has, of course, benefited many people. It has brought many kinds of material and other benefits to us, but it has also come with enormous amounts of violence and destruction, both to the rest of nature, as you see in this advertisement, which talks about nature as a barrier and how we have to rip through jungles in Indonesia and so on. Or it is people most directly dependent on natural ecosystems and natural resources for their livelihoods. Farmers, fishers, craftspersons, forest dwellers, etc., indigenous peoples, and so on. And ultimately, of course, all of us in one way or the other. And in that sense, I call this move over the last maybe few hundred years, and even more so in the last few decades, a move away from livelihoods, which were occupations based on relating to the rest of nature and also encompassed within cultures and so on, to what we have now, which are mass production jobs in industrial economy, which for the most part are non-creative, soul-deadening, or the destruction of enormous amounts of livelihoods. And so therefore a move to what I call deadlihoods. We also know that the same pathway of development based on continuous economic growth is inherently unsustainable. Already most of the planetary boundaries we should be limiting human activity within are crossed. We know that climate change is already here, already impacting hundreds of millions of people. It's no longer something in the future. And that along with this, as an intersecting crisis, is inequality of various kinds, whether you take economic inequality, which has been rising over the last few decades across the world, and you can see some of the figures here, or it is socio-cultural inequality of various different kinds, deprivations of various kinds, including, of course, in the worst possible way, to populations who are affected by war and conflicts or the climate crises. The third intersecting crisis here, which is very important, is that of democracy. I mean, development was supposed to bring more and more opportunities for democratic decision making, for all of us to participate in decision making, for our interests to be at the core of any kind of political decision making. But we know from many parts of the world, especially now with the swing to authoritarian governments, that democratic spaces are actually threatened. And ironically enough, those who question development because it's grabbing their lands or taking away their forests or in some or the polluting their water or whatever, are the ones who are most oppressed, including by nation states, and often also just outright killed or jailed or beaten up. And finally, as part of the not so good news, is that the kinds of solutions that the same system of authoritarian governments and profit making and everything, including the fossil fuel economy or the military industrial complex, is giving us what it calls solutions, which are actually more about sustaining their own profits and power than about sustaining the earth. And this includes, for instance, the big shift from, let's say, fossil fuel vehicles to electric vehicles, which sounds good, but we know that it comes with enormous cost, whether it is lithium mining, like the picture that you see here, or in other different ways, how this plays out. So we really need much more fundamental alternatives, much more fundamental solutions to these crises, not superficial ones like recycling and electric vehicles and so on. And so that's going to be the focus of the rest of my presentation, is what are these alternatives? Are they available? And for me, what's I think important to point out is there are sort of broadly two kinds of alternatives which are already available on the ground. Of course, much more has to be done. One of them is where people are resisting, where people are saying that we don't accept this kind of destructive, oppressive, unequal system anymore. We will protest, we will resist, we will stop the projects of destruction. This image from about 30 years back is of an indigenous, what we call Adivasis in India, a protest against two big dams that were going to be built on this river and would submerge about 300 villages and all the forests that you can see in the background. So when they were protesting, interestingly, there were two kinds of narratives. One was that we don't want to be displaced, we don't want to give our land, we don't want our forests to be drowned. But secondly, also that they were telling the government that for you, the river is a commodity. It is about creating electricity. But for us, the river is our mother. And we won't allow our mother to be damned or shackled by your dreams of what you call progress. You can actually see two very different ways of relating to the rest of nature, of relating to each other, narratives of what it means to be human, what it means to be developed and progressed. And in that sense, resistance movements of this kind, or of the climate justice, youth climate justice movements, or the movements of farmers and indigenous peoples across the world, or of creating peace in areas which are war-torn, or of anti-racism movements, or many different kinds across the world, are actually articulating these sorts of alternative ways of being, of knowing, of creating, of dancing, if you will, in all sorts of different ways. But then there's a second kind of alternative, because it is true that very large sections of humanity are still deprived or have become deprived of basic needs like food and water and energy, or beyond that, education, health, decision-making abilities, and so on. And so the second kind of alternative, which I'll give a few glimpses of in different parts of the world, are what could be called constructive pathways or constructive solutions to these basic needs or human aspirations, which are designed in a way that they're ecologically sustainable, but also they are accessible to everybody and not just the rich and the elites. This is a book I'll talk about right at the end. I think, Daniela, you already mentioned it, but I'll just quickly talk about it also at the end again. Okay, a few quick glimpses. Now, as an apology, all the stories I'm going to tell you right now in about a minute each are 30, 40, 50 years old. Some of them go back to hundreds of years. And so to talk about them in 1 minute is to do great injustice to them, but that's what we have right now. I hope just doing this just to give you a glimpse of what's actually happening on the ground. Now, this is a 35, 40-year-old initiative in southern India from a group of what we call Dalit women. Dalit is the so-called untouchables of Indian caste society, the most marginalized, most oppressed section of India's society. And women as patriarchy also are very, very marginalized in Indian society. Over the last, till about 35 years back, these women were facing extreme situations of poverty, of hunger, of malnutrition, of their kids not being able to go to school because of social discrimination, not having access to health systems, and so on. Then they gathered together as women's committees in each village, in about 70, 75 villages, and then a federation of these committees to bring back. The first thing they worked on was food, because they felt that's the most essential aspect of life, right? Food and water. And so they brought back into their lives all their traditional seed varieties and crops, and went back to completely organic farming. They rejected all the hybrid seeds and chemicals that were coming from the government. And they shared seeds, they shared knowledge, they shared farming experience, etc., across all these villages. And through all of that, with their own knowledge, their own seeds, they were able to create food security, much better, much higher levels of nutrition, because their traditional seeds were highly nutritious, and also fight for land rights for women, which is unusual in India, and do a lot of basically collective work on creating not just food security, but also what they call food sovereignty, which means complete control over everything to do with food, the production and the consumption of food. Then they went beyond that and started their own community media unit. They make their own films, they run a community radio station, they started their own school, brought back all the festivals, not just Hindu, which they belong to, but also all they celebrate the Muslim festivals, the Christian festivals, everything, and basically centering all of that on nature, seeds, and the earth. All the way across the world, in the Ecuadorian Amazon, this is the Sapara indigenous nation, and here they are trying to create a system in which their traditional relationships with the forest, which are not just material relationships, but also spiritual relationships, cultural relationships, their songs, their art, their dance, everything is connected to the forest, to sustain that, but also to relate to the outside world, because they know they can't stay isolated, to relate to the outside world through things like their own community-led medical tourism, or healing processes where people from outside, like myself, can go and learn their healing practices and maybe heal myself from all the toxics that modern industrial urban living have given me. So it's this sort of attempt at trying to create a bit of a hybrid situation of sustaining traditions, but also relating to the modern external world. And we see this actually hundreds of examples or thousands of them across the world of sustaining nature and natural ecosystems, but also creating enhanced livelihood options and livelihood security, sustaining cultural identity, and a whole lot of other things in many, many parts of the world. Back here in India, building on the same story, this is an attempt by 90 villages in central India, also Adivasi or indigenous, who have been oppressed for a very long time, but they have fought back and they have taken control over all their territory, including all the forest. And trying to then sustain their own livelihoods through that and create a process of localized decision making, localized democracy. And I'll come back to that when I speak about the sort of paradigms of transformation that are emerging. But interestingly, also, the women within the same community have been struggling against their own menfolk, saying that while as a community, we try and have a voice vis-a-vis the state, in our own community, the women are not part of political decision making. So we must be equal partners in that. So the sort of internal and external journey going on and trying to also sustain their cultural identity through all of this. Somewhat similar example, but much more advanced, much more radical in some ways, is the Zapatista. Many of you would have, of course, would know about this indigenous movement in what is now called Mexico, where they are over the last few decades are trying a form of democracy that rejects the notion of a central state altogether, saying where everybody is part of decision making and then you federate over larger geographic spaces to create bottom-up democratic spaces, which are also in tune with the earth and where feminist principles, etc., are at the basis of this. In fact, another example of that is in Central Western Asia, where in the midst of what is one of the longest war-torn regions of the world, in the sort of Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Syria region, from where millions of people have actually have fled into Europe because of war and conflict and so on. Here, the Kurdish ethnic population has been trying to create a large area of peace based on what they call genealogy or ecofeminism or the science of women's revolution, where again, it's a mix of, it's not just hardcore political decision making, it's a mix of that with cultural aspects, with ecological aspects, with economies that are about caring and sharing, not about just making money. Constantly in trouble. Even now, as we speak, Turkey is bombing that area and people are getting killed all the time, but still trying to struggle to create this alternative. Going into the African continent, there's been a very interesting attempt at trying to create a pathway for South Africa out of the climate crisis, building on not just saying that from fossil fuels we need to move to renewable energy. I mean, that's part of it, but that's a very small part of it. Much more importantly for them, even as we do that, how do workers who will be laid off from, say, coal mining or thermal power stations, how do they also actually get dignified jobs in the new economy? And how do the entire economy shift towards being much more climate sensitive, climate friendly, but also with social justice built into it? In Europe, many examples of trying to break out of the capitalist, very individualistic ways of life that the industrial society has come up with over the last few centuries or decades. Don't have the time to go into all of these examples, but just quickly, the one on the bottom right-hand side is a factory of olive oil-based cleaning agents, which is run completely democratically by the workers. And every worker gets exactly the same money, wage per hour of work, regardless of what the work is. So completely revolutionizing even something like what should salary structures look like. Or the one on the top left-hand side, one of the communes that I was recently visiting in Germany, and there's 200 of them, where they're trying to live lives of sharing, where it's not every family having its own house and its own car and its own washing machine, etc., but sharing all these resources, sharing even things like childcare or caring for elder parents, not just in the hands of the parents, but the entire community taking part in that. So again, trying to move out of the sort of individualistic profit-driven logic of a modern capitalism. There's many examples of trying to create urban spaces where instead of everything getting privatized, you actually move into reviving the commons. For instance, converting car parks into actual gardens and farming spaces for the whole community. Or cooperative run businesses, not run by private capitalist agencies, cafes, different kinds of businesses, etc., and many other examples across the world. Then a crucial aspect of living, of course, is communication, media, and arts. And here too, we have seen in this whole phase of modern Western capitalist industrial kind of living that media spaces, technologies, arts are captured more and more by corporations or controlled by governments. So how do we democratize these spaces? How do we create communication channels where it's really people's truth that is coming out, not what some guy sitting in the US determines what we should be saying on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, but actually really all our stories coming out in ways that they should and reaching people that they should. So these are some examples from India of, for instance, community radio. I gave you already the example of that. Bringing back traditional forms of communication, such as folk theater, revolutionary forms of dance and music, or even using digital spaces much more creatively and democratically. And when I was putting this together, and because this was Dancing Otherwise Network, I remembered Emma Goldman's famous quote here, which I love quoting, though somewhat with embarrassment, because as I said, I can't dance for nuts. But it's very important to realize that all of these, or for instance, what Pat McCabe, one of the most important figures in the movements against the pipelines in North America, what she told us was that we're not just doing activism, we do sacred activism, where it's a combination of being culturally rooted, but also doing the hard fights against the state that we need to. And finally, I think probably the most important sector, because this is where we're all learning, where kids are growing up. What is the schooling environment? What is the learning environment that we're going through, that we're putting them through? And we know that for many parts of the world, certainly here in India, education is extremely dogmatic. It is rigid. It is where you are taught how to become competitive, how as an adult you should be rich and famous and powerful, and not really how do you become a responsible human being who's responsible also for other people or for other species, and how everyone has his or her own innate talents, rather than saying this is what art is and this is what you must follow. So these are some examples from different parts of the world of people trying to break out of that mold of education and create learning spaces that are truly educational, truly fun, truly creative, truly where people are, where kids are taught how to question things and to do things for themselves and not just stuff things in their own head, but also use their hands, use the heart, etc. And one of my favorite pastimes is to look at original meanings of words. And I found that school comes from the Greek word skole, which meant learning with leisure, which is about as far away from schools in India as one can think of. Okay, now the last 10-12 minutes, I will speak about, I could actually go on with stories because I love storytelling and it's so important. But I'm going to now move from those sort of examples to looking at what are the overall visions of transformation emerging from them. So one of the ways we look at it based on these sorts of experiences is what we call the flower of transformation, which is looking at 5 aspects of life: the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, and the ecological. A bit of an artificial distinction, but and especially looking at the intersections amongst them, but it just helps in some way for us to understand the kinds of examples from different perspectives. And I'll go through each one of these very, very quickly. And then also a little bit on the core of the flower of transformation, which to my mind is ethics, principles, values. So if you take the first one, political, what these sorts of examples or initiatives are telling us is that democracy is not about elections. Of course, that's important, but that's one of the least important aspects of democracy. Most important is where each one of us understands and accepts and implements our own right to be a decision maker, wherever we are, whether we're in a village or a urban neighborhood or a school or whatever collective we're in, that we are actually born to be decision makers. We should not be willfully giving it over to politicians and bureaucrats and then complaining when they don't do what we want them to do. So how does democracy actually come back down to the ground? Again, going back to origins of words, democracy is democracy, which means power of the people, not power of politicians and bureaucrats. So that is the core of what they're talking about. But then, of course, we do need institutions at larger scale where all of us cannot constantly be participating, let's say for a whole city or a state or whatever. And so there will be representative forms of institutions. But how do we make them accountable to the basic local units of democracy? That is, and there are many different experiments on that, public audits, right to recall representatives, and many other things that people are trying out for that. If you build on that and look at, okay, from that very local decision-making process all the way to the global, what could it look like? Because the United Nations is very centered on nation states, on governments. And we know it's been very good for a lot of things, human rights declarations, environmental declarations, etc. But it's also been a total failure dealing with things like, say, the climate crisis or the Israel-Palestine war or the Ukraine-USSR war, etc. Right? So how do you create spaces at a global level, which is people's assemblies, where sort of the voices of people from the ground are coming up? Nobody has all the answers for that. A lot of experimentation, of course, will need to be done, but at the moment, we can't even experiment because nation states are so powerful. The second sphere or petal of that flower of transformation is economics. And here, what we're looking at is moving away from the hegemonic control of money and finance and corporations and banks to bringing back the economy to the local level, at least for basic needs, having self-reliance, having what the Dalit women farmers called food sovereignty. You can think of that for water, for energy, for housing, etc. Having production, the means of production, machinery, land, forests in the hands of producers, not capitalist owners. Reintegrating, if you remember the slide I showed you about moving away from livelihoods to deadlihoods. How do we bring back the reintegration of work and leisure? If the work is interesting, we can do away with this whole thing of 9 to 5 and weekend and weekday. It's a very artificial distinction that's come in basically in the last, I don't know, a couple of 100 years or 100 years, right? So how do we move away from that and say, well, I can be working whenever I want and I can be relaxing in the work or relaxing otherwise or doing art or whatever it is. How does that happen? How do you, the struggles to the common private property wherever possible, such as the examples I gave from cities. And this includes knowledge, by the way. So away from intellectual property rights or copyrights to copyleft, to Creative Commons, to open source technologies, etc. Moving away from the control of centralized currency systems, rupee, dollar, euro, etc., to having to sort of be creating our own localized exchanges, which could be based on some currency, but could also be non-currency based, just sharing time, for instance, with each other without charging money. And then you put all of these things together, you realize that instead of GDP, this percentage economic growth, which unfortunately almost all countries think of as the parameter for development, to actually move into meaningful indicators. Like, does everybody have clean water to drink? Does everybody have good nutritious food to eat? Does everybody have access to, creative arts and sports? Does everybody have access to good learning, etc.? So those would then become the indicators of whether a people or a country is actually doing well or not. For the first two to happen, radical democracy and economic democracy, it's very important that the sources of inequality and deprivation are also dealt with. So the struggles for human rights, the struggles for equality between different kinds of ethnicities, gender, sexualities. In India, the struggles against casteism, in many parts of the world against racism. All of these actually become also as important as the first two spheres. The fourth is looking at and sustaining cultural diversity and knowledge diversity. Over the colonial period, what's happened is that we have all come to think that modern science and technology is the only knowledge system in the world. That modern medical allopathic system is the only system worth pursuing, etc. Whereas we know, or that English is the only language worth knowing. Whereas we know, of course, that the world is made up of thousands of languages, thousands of food systems, hundreds of different kinds of faiths and religions. India alone has about almost 800 living languages, right? But unfortunately, the education system teaches on only a small handful of those, maybe about 20 of them, which means that we're losing entire knowledge systems. And each knowledge system is a library of knowledge, right? So every time we lose a language, we're losing also the knowledge embedded within it. Bringing back art and knowledge into the commons, bringing back technology into the commons, rather than thinking of technological innovation only happening through formal institutions or corporations, where all of us have the ability to innovate and to celebrate the sort of so-called ordinary innovator also. So all of this is, I would say, also part of decolonization. And the map that I showed you right at the beginning, which I'm putting up here again, is a great example of that, because even our cartography is so colonized that we always tend to think of the right map as the one where Europe is on top, and Europe is actually made to look much bigger than it really is. Here you see the actual sizes of the continents. Europe is tiny compared to Africa, for instance. And England, which once ruled half the world, you can't even see it on the map. So you know, there's decolonization has to happen in so many different ways. The fifth and last sphere of transformation is, to my mind, for me, actually my favorite, the most important, which is rebuilding our relationships with the rest of nature. Actually reintegrating ourselves within nature, because we tend to have thought over the last couple of 100 years that we are separate from nature, very unique in some senses. We are this ecological pyramid, which you see on the bottom left-hand side, where human beings are on top. Actually, the man is on top, and even the woman is below. Whereas, in fact, what indigenous peoples have said for centuries or millennia is that we are a circle of life. We are, every species is important and is connected to each other. There's no hierarchy that is built in. So this attempt to try and say it's humans and the rest of nature, not humans and nature, bringing ourselves back within it, respecting its own integrity, its right to life, creating that kind of mutual interdependence, thinking of the rest of nature as part of our own kinship. All of that is also part of the transformations that we're talking about. And then if one kind of puts all of these things together, very importantly, you begin to actually also challenge or question political boundaries. Because in a lot of the world, especially the colonized parts of the world, political boundaries between nation states are extremely artificial, created for either the benefit of the colonizing nations or their own internal strifes and wars, or for other reasons. But rarely are those boundaries actually respecting and following natural and cultural flows. Like if you take South Asia, divided currently into 7-8 countries, all the rivers have been cut between nation states. The cultural flows, nomadic pastoral peoples who used to go between Ladakh in India and Tibet in what is now China, or fishing communities that were able to traverse between India, what is now India, and Bangladesh, have all been sort of blocked off, and also the wildlife. So how do we reimagine South Asia, for instance, from a perspective of becoming kind of borderless, or at least with very porous boundaries between the nation states? That combining those 5 elements, you actually can think of this kind of vision. And some of this is already happening in some parts of the world. For instance, the attempt at trying to dissolve, at least mentally dissolve the boundary between Peru and Ecuador in what is called the sacred headwaters, Amazonian sacred headwaters initiative by 30 indigenous peoples and a number of civil society organizations for a 30 million hectare part of the Amazon. Okay, now as I said earlier, at the center, at the core of this flower of transformation is a set of values and ethics and principles, which is what we learn from these grounded initiatives. And I don't have the time to go into all of these. I'm just going to put them up there, but just to maybe point to one or two. So, for instance, through all these stories of transformation, we're talking about not competition but cooperation at the core. We're talking about not privatized but commons. We're talking about solidarity with each other being at the at the center of things. We're talking about the rights of not just human beings but also of the rest of nature. We're talking about happiness being not just buying more and more and more material goods, but having wonderful cultures around us, having nature around us, having good social relations, having good family relationships, good friendships, etc. So I'm just leaving that out there for a few seconds for you to look at. And if there's time at the discussion, we can sort of that.
Letting me know
sorry,
that
just
we're
a
coming.
minute more. Sorry,
Yeah,
just
something like that. But yeah, we could carry on, but we're conscious of time. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, so we're talking about worldviews that celebrate life, and there's many all across the world, which are in that sense either from the ancient past or sort of new ones which are coming in, that are trying to create these alternatives, practical and conceptual alternatives to the mainstream system. Let me just end by talking quickly about one sort of initiative that we have. Okay, two of them. One is in India. This is a network that brings together lots of different organizations and initiatives and creates space for stories of transformation and hope and inspiration. So this website has about 2,000 such stories from all across India. And then building on that and linking to other such networks across the world, we started the Global Tapestry of Alternatives in 2019 with a similar objective of learning from each other, collaborating, more collective action, more collective visioning of the world, dreaming of what a better world could look like, and then trying to act on it. And this book, which Daniela introduced, is now available in 7 languages. So it's got 100 examples of these radical alternatives all over the world. And the book on the left is from India, dreaming an India of 2100, and then coming back to now and saying, how do we get there? And a lot more. I'm going to leave this and then I leave it open because I love this quote of why utopian thinking is important, even however impractical it might seem to be. So thank you. And I'm sorry I came in a little late, so I also had to rush through the last few slides, but I will also send I think Daniela already has it. So Daniela, please feel free to circulate this presentation to whoever wants it. There's no copyright on it.
Thank you, Ashish. That's
Thanks a lot.
very generous. And please don't worry about, anything to do with the timing. We could have absolutely carried on forever. We want to have a tiny bit of time for conversation and to ask you questions. And because I do have the slides, I also know that there are slides where you're posing questions in terms of how how does this transformation happen? And what I was trying to think about as you were talking, I was also looking at the following slides that you didn't have time for. For example, here, I'm thinking, how do we translate this to the field and the world of dance? And what does it mean in terms of relating to existing structures? And the attempts that existing structures are obviously making towards better equity, better sustainable practices, and so on. How would you say that it makes sense to operate within existing structure or dismantling these structures and creating new ones? What do we do with what already exists, and how do we deal with those attempts that we so often know that because they operate within the liberalist capitalist logic, they are still anyway governed by the idea of competition, everybody is kind of trying for the same pots of money, for the same spaces, for the same time allocation, and so on. So what are the solutions there? That would be my question.
Well, I mean, I think, I think none of us should underestimate the challenges that we have. Clearly, we're within a system which is not going to easily allow these kinds of alternative concepts and practices to flourish. I mean, it's okay, the system is able to tolerate if they're very small and sort of hidden away somewhere, but as they get bigger and as scale happens, not scale as in upscaling, I do have a slide on that which I missed, but what I call outscaling, which is generating more and more, inspiring more and more such initiatives, and then linking up horizontally, non-hierarchically, to create that scale. When that happens, then of course the system gets challenged and it strikes back, which could be governments charging you with all kinds of things, corporations hitting back, people being killed, people being charged with sedition, anti-national activities, or bribing, or whatever. There's so many different ways in which the system does that. And of course, also, it's not just that there's them versus us. Many of us are also, in some senses, part of the problem too, not just part of the solution, because of either the consumption lifestyles we have or in other ways. So for me, what's really important is the ability to inspire more and more such examples and then connect up with the resistance movements, with these creative, constructive alternatives, and to connect across sectors, which is why I really love talking to you all, because you're part of to me, a different sector, but a very important one. So bringing the arts into this, bringing academics into this, bringing political activists into this, and creating those spaces of exchange and collaborations that could really become a critical mass for challenging the system and for expressing solidarity with initiatives that are threatened on the ground, because we have to sustain these as collapses take place around us. These are the seeds of what will emerge from that collapse. And if they also get submerged, then of course we have no hope left. So that's really important for us. And this is why we also try and bring a lot more writers, artists, musicians, people who can actually express these things in to a much larger audience than somebody like me who maybe can only speak or write.
Thank you. That's so important, for all of us to kind of acknowledge what we all contribute to the cause and to the discussion. And I also feel that what you were saying in your slide about utopia and kind of, the practice of walking towards it is also something that was present in yesterday's talk by Katia Valenzuela Fuentes, who was talking about how we have a horizon is both, that horizontality is both an horizon and a praxis. So it's something that we aim for, but also something that we practice and that we work towards, but with on a daily basis. So it seems that there is a lot of resonance in what you're also saying in terms of working towards this utopia, which, yes, will constantly move further away, but the fact that we're moving with it and towards it is already of significance. Is that what you were saying in that slide about utopia?
Yes, absolutely. And I think none of us should feel that anything we're doing is too small. Because I think as soon as we've lost hope in our ability to do things, the system that's currently doing all of this has already won. As I think it was Margaret Mead who said, never lose hope in the possibility of a small group changing the world. In fact, that's the only thing that has changed the world. It does start always very small, right? And then the spark inspires more and more fire in a positive sense.
So
I think there's a question in the chat.
Yeah, there is a question.
There's one. Yeah, sorry, Daniela. There's one observation from Vidya, which is great, that it reminds me, she says, of Dr. Vandana Shiva's work, which is rooted in ecofeminism. Thank you, Vidya. And then there's a question here from Miranda Lawrence. I'm interested in how we reconcile the urgency of time passing, especially in the context of the climate crisis, and the need to take time, especially for a different kind of decision making, but also time needed for us to imagine different ways of doing things. Here's the question. How does this generosity of taking time need to be thought about when we are encountering the power of pace as determined by the neoliberal capitalist systems that can so rapidly destroy things?
So Miranda, I'm sorry, I really don't have any satisfactory answer to that. It's a question for all of us. I don't think we have shortcuts, unfortunately, to these sorts of transformations. All the examples I've given are things that have taken 5, 10, 15, 20 years to just stabilize and then longer to actually make the changes happen. So two things here. One, that I think we will see in the near future more collapse taking place. I don't think there's any way of averting that, especially with climate, but with other things also. And this is why, as I said earlier, it's very important for us to sustain these initiatives because people are going to be looking for pathways out. People will be looking for solutions to the crises. And these are the ones that exist. So the more we project them, the more we can support them, stop them from being crushed, the more we have those solutions, those pathways available. But the second thing is that I think there are a few things that can hasten the solutions coming in. One of them is what could be deliberate, which is policy shifts. So the more we're able to, and here I think this is where, even though I've said eventually we have to move towards, I think, a stateless society. At the moment, we have governments, we have nation states. So to try and push more and more there at that level or at the level of the UN for policy shifts. For instance, here in India, for a lot of states now, organic farming has become part of policy, or is becoming part of policy, which was never the case even till 10, 15 years back, right? So, and that's happened because of the ground level mobilization and then conceptual and policy advocacy also. Now, where that happens, it enables a much faster shift amongst farming populations to move away from chemical-based farming, hybrids and GMOs to organic, local seed-based farming. So those sorts of, or for instance, women's equality. And this is an example I always give that 100 years back and now, if you look at the situation of women, though patriarchy is not gone by any stretch of imagination, it's still very much around. But a lot of what was there 100 years back, I think a lot of the women who are on today's call would not be on the call today if it were not for a few women standing up and shouting and saying that we have equal rights. We must also get a voice in decision making, and that becoming part of a growing narrative and growing movement in a way that more and more and more women and men stood up for that kind of thing. And then eventually also moving into policy shifts, reservation for women in positions in education institutions, etc., or in other sorts of policy shifts, right? So, which has at least made some dent in thousands of years old patriarchy within a short span of maybe 100 years. So I think right now, the second kind of shift which could make things quicker is, to my mind, the ecological consciousness. Possibly, like the anti-colonial movements, which moved very rapidly after 500 years of colonization in the late 19th and early 20th century, or like anti-patriarchy feminist movements in the last 100 years, I think ecological consciousness is the third big revolution that's happening, especially with the climate crisis making all of us realize that we are one Earth. What I do here is going to impact somebody 1,000 miles away. And what the young people are coming up with more and more in terms of the youth climate justice movements. To me, this could be another fairly rapid shift in consciousness, global consciousness already happening. And through that, then greater advocacy for also governments and businesses to behave much more responsibly. Well, that's my hope. Let's see if it happens or not.
Thank you so much. I know that we have another session starting at 11 and we wanted to have a couple of minutes away from the screens, but I also know that there are 2-3 other wonderful questions, at least 2 other questions, one by Simon Whitehead and one by Nick Honeybear in the chat, which are just super important questions. So my suggestion is that I will copy and paste them in the Padlet and also email them to you, Ashish. And if you have time at any point to kind of stay in touch and offer any reflections and any responses, that would be really appreciated. And of course, you're very welcome to stay with us for the rest of the day. I'm aware of the fact that you're 5.5 hours ahead, so they may not work with your schedule, but please feel free to stay or come in and out of the conversation for the rest of the day. It's been an absolute privilege and honor to have you join our launch today, and what a fantastic talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Daniela. I've put
Ashish.
my email ID in the chat, and Simon and Nick, please do reach out to me. I'd love to respond to your questions, and anybody else would like to stay in touch subsequently, I would be delighted to. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, and for your generosity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Thank you, Daniela, for sharing that as well. I think we can do the Zoom applause. Thank you so much, everybody. Really great, really great. Okay, we're a little bit flexible, fluid with time right now. So our next panel, we're going to have a little break now, and our next panel we can start at 11:05. Thank you for pressing recording. Yes, it's important. So this is our first panel of the day, following our guest presenter Ashish, and Michelle is going to chair this, and Daniela is going to curate, and I'm going to disappear into the background. So welcome all.
Okay, thank you so much, Vicky. And I feel like Ashish's talk and ideas this morning has set a really exciting context for this next session. The ideas about how, as a dance ecology, we might need to consider the very kind of nature of the crises we face, how we can be more self-sufficient in meeting our needs, how perhaps at times we need to be more radical with what we're prepared to risk and explore. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the four kind of discussions in this session, and how people's individual experiences fit into that context which was set by Ashish's conversation. So delighted to welcome Emilyn, Claid, Minou, Tsambika, Polleros, Vivian, Ezugha, and Wieke, Eringa. Vicky's already explained, 10 minutes each. Please feel free, everybody who's listening, to share ideas in the Padlet. And again, if you've got questions that you'd like to address directly to any of today's speakers, then please do put those in the chat, and we'll try to make sure that we can address those at the end. Okay, so Emilyn, I'm going to hand over to you. You're first today. So welcome, Emilyn.
Hi, I'm Emilyn Claid. I'm a white woman with short, cropped white hair, and I'm wearing a little black woolly cap. I usually wear glasses, but I'll put them on a bit later. I'm old, I'm wrinkly, I'm wearing a blue top with a sort of bright coloured scarf, and I identify as she, her. I just found both Katya's and Ashish's talks really powerful and moving and exciting, really, full on. So, and I'm very aware that what I'm going to be talking about is going to come right, not back, but into body, my body, a dancing body. Because I want to look at how even one body dancing is a pluriverse. Pluriversal? A pluriversality? I don't know quite whether it's a noun or a verb or a verb. So that's where I'm going to go, and I want to talk about that as a performer, maker, and performing on my own. So everything that would seem like it cannot possibly be pluriverse, I want to really open that up and explain how, for me, it really is. I'll go back a bit. So my work has many layers. I'm a dance live art performer. I'm a performance maker, choreographer, writer, researcher, psychotherapist. I'm a teacher, I'm a mentor, I'm a facilitator. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother. I'm queer, I'm a thinker, I'm a dreamer. And I move between all of these, really, depending on the demands of the relationships I have in the world with others and with places and with things. After Ashish's and Katya's talks, I mean, I'm very aware that I could spend this 10 minutes talking about the dance activism in this country that I was very much a part of in the 1970s, where with many of the things that have been discussed, we were actually living through, particularly around unraveling the hierarchies of the form and rotation of roles, and getting our voices up from under. I mean, as traditionally dancers don't speak, so of course this has been a radical shift since the 1970s. But anyway, I'm going to come back to my body. So on my body, I'm now in my 70s. But I grew up with performing a wide range of quite traditional, what I'd call now colonial empirical forms of dance, including ballet and jazz and musical theatre and things that we now consider to be very conventional, traditional. But performing was always my home. And I performed really this way or that way till I was 50. And then I went into academia for 20 years. Came out a few years ago, and I'm back now as a performer. But when I returned to performing in 2022, after this 20-year gap, the world's very different. Everything that all the structures that had been in place had seemed to have disappeared in relation to making, performing, producing, and touring. So I wasn't quite sure how to start. So I invited 3 fabulous, inspirational queer choreographers to come and collaborate with me. And that was Heidi Rustgaard, Florence Peake, and Joseph Mercier. And we had great time in the studio collaborating. And the consequence of that was some amazingly rich fragments of material, which I then interwove with my own work, my own composition, my own contributions to make a show, like a show that went on to theatre stages. And I wanted to start there because that's where I'd come from. And I really wanted to see whether it's still possible to put on a theatre show. I'm not sure now. I think I would do it again, but it was interesting. I'm not going to show any images. If you want to see images, I'm at Emilyn Claid, all one word, on Instagram, and there's loads there. And if you want to email me, I can send you trailers and bits of this and films and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I don't want to go there now. I'll talk a little bit about the show because I need to get into it to talk about Pluriverse. So the show is about queering and aging. And it's really about exploring the fears of endings and teasing with what it means to bow out and the irony of living in an old body and what's real and what's imagined. It's also around hybrid transing between one thing and another, what's visible, what isn't visible. It's a combination of text and visual image, it's choreography, it's improvisation, it's a whole collage of personal stories. It's all interwoven, and my own material with that of Heidi, Florence, and Joseph. It had a tour, and in 2022, had a few performances in 2023, but then that's kind of it. So back to my body. So this thing of a body as a performer and a choreographer, and how is this pluriverse? Well, I guess the first thing to say is there is no such thing as a solo. It's always a collaboration. As an artist and as a psychotherapist, I sense and I live very clearly with the idea that I am myself is relational, that I exist in relation to you. I exist in relation to the world. I'm not separate from that. That doesn't mean I don't exist without you, but it means that everything about my 74 years so far has been created in relationship with the others, with the world, with environments, with cultures, with people, with objects, with things. So anything I'm going to choreograph and perform is never going to be singular or individual, even though I think our culture likes to encourage that idea. So the multiplicity of who I am and what I'm made of and the histories impacts on all of the choreographic choices. For instance, this archive of dance languages that I have on my body, right from empirical forms, which are very linear and very hierarchical, like ballet, through to quite much more radical somatic forms and physical theatre, are now meet my body now as an old body and the dance culture now. So all of this comes into play in the studio now and impacts on what is going to be performed. Another issue I would say would be the issue of presence and the multiple ways of being present in dance now that I carry and could between, and that's in the processes as well as in the performing. And it's all related to different genres and styles of dance and different eras of dance, different kinds of making processes. from very internal presence to very expressive presence to being very minimal to all sorts of different possibilities. Another way that I think of body as pluriverse is being a queer body and always moving towards different identities, but never becoming identities. So I'm always moving across a multiple, like an arc of gender possibility, and from masculinity to femininity to the polarities to the in-betweens. All of these are, again, it's a rhizomic network of possibilities without actually identifying as one. And then, of course, the last one, which is what I've just mentioned before, is that performance is a relational practice with the audience. It's not me and it's not them that makes it happen, but it's an intersubjective and interactive relationship between me and them. So when I hear spectators laugh or cry when I'm performing, I'm completely in touch with the fact that it's both of us that have created that, not just me as a performer. And the reason I'm saying that is that I think there's been a history in dance of, I'm going to use the word excellence, that dancers train to be spectacular and to be excellent. And then they put their excellent selves in front of the audience and the audience watch them. And I think the big shift for me and for many of us, probably most people here at this conference, is that excellence is no longer something that the performer does. If excellence can even be used as a word anymore, it is the excellence of the relationship between performer and spectator. If anything magical happens, for me, it's in that relationship. I hope that sort of makes sense. It's a dialogic process. It's a pluriverse process.
And Emilyn, it's wonderful to hear you speaking. Just another minute or two, if that's okay.
Perfect. It's timing. I think all I want to say now, that what I realize in doing that show is that, of course, performing isn't enough. I think I have to now engage with the selling, the marketing, the producing, the programming, as well as the working with the other artists, because that's the challenge now, is how to integrate all of that to keep performance alive. I'll stop there.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Emilyn. Thank you. So next up we have Minou. So Minou, I'm just going to spotlight you so we can see you clearly. And yes, when you're ready.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Emilyn. Beautiful, beautiful to hear you speak about your practice. My name is Minou. I'm a 37-year-old white European. I was born in Austria, but I have been living in the UK for 15 years. I have white skin, I have chestnut brown hair, I have a fringe, I can't get rid of it. And I have brown eyes, and my jumper is a woolen rose-colored jumper. And I'm sitting in my study with a wooden paneled wall and a yellow wall on a white chair. I'm a dancer and a researcher, a former choreographer with an increasing curatorial and production practice. And I'm sorry that I need to briefly go back to the beginning of this presentation. There we are. I situate myself within performance, visual arts, and ecosomatic practice, inquiry, and also advocacy. What I feel called to do in my multiple different roles is to facilitate platforms, networks, and projects that make embodiment, dance, and movement practices available to a wide range of communities, and to expand their discourse into social and ecological contexts. My current trajectory is the investigation of somatic practices and their possibility to foster embodied ecological awareness. I'm interested in how dance can develop connective capacities that are relevant for communities outside the fields of dance. to look for connections across practices, sectors, knowledge fields, and disciplines, and to find a point of connection, different viewpoints, and cross-pollinations, to develop new questions and languages, and to break open as well as define boundaries in dance practices. I'm advocating for movement practices that grow greater aliveness, health, and care in ourselves so that the world can reflect back its own aliveness and kinship. I'm interested to explore what it means to be human and an activist in this time of ecological and social change, and also in the context of technological evolution and the impending human-machine symbiosis and transhumanism. So now I'm going to share some slides and speak a little bit about the progression of my work. I will then introduce some of my personal research and then talk about 3 networks that I'm working with. Hopefully I have enough time. This is a work from way back called Collective Formations. It was an improvisational score that was performed and that free-formed in space via somatic communication and tuning scores amongst the dance ensemble. I then kind of investigated water. I was fascinated by how it envelopes my body entirely and how it gives me a very unique sense of mass and density and material. I was interested how a dancer moving in water, the ripple effects in this more dense material could be a metaphor for how we move and ripple into the world. I then moved on to explore site specifically in urban spaces, and I developed a number of scores around visible and invisible dimensions of architecture, which for a number of years I explored with different dancers in different public spaces and urban settings. And it was very much about challenging the codes of structures, of visible structures, but also looking at how these visible structures would inform how we move, act, and also how we think, so the invisible dimensions of these structures. I then moved to work with natural landscapes. I became really interested in animate materialism. I explored the vibrancy of material and how it might make me move. I was interested to unfix concepts that are already fixed and named and allow my own personal dialogue with different materials. I then soon moved on to work in more natural landscapes, which resulted in a much larger body of work that is still very much unfolding. It's a solo practice that in many ways is not a solo practice at all. It acknowledges the agency and autonomy of my animate dance partners in the different outdoor places that I work in. My explorations often result in score creation, performance moments, and in visual documentation, and you will see lots of still images of these explorations. And so these practices have really informed a research which I have been following for the past 10 years. And I have named this for myself a visceral empathy, which is a practice and ecosomatic inquiry in outdoor environments. For me, it's a somatic mode of activating our interoception, as well as sensing past the outer surface of animate things, activating a sense for the other body's life force, vitality, and fleshy interiority with my own felt sensation. This research is very much informed by the research of Jane Bennett, who describes the capacity to discern the vitality of matter, and how tapping into such visceral sensation of animate materialism through an innate somatic mode can reflect back at us our organismic entanglement. It's different explorations in different landscapes. And so for me, this visceral empathy is a parallel process that requires both internal, both internal and external enlivening, and one is impossible without the other. As I cultivate the aliveness of my own physical self, the world will reflect back at us its own aliveness. And where there is aliveness, for me personally, there is home. Practicing visceral empathy with other animate bodies is what clarifies my own place and position in the network of things. And it's a co-creational process. It's a permanent process of inner and outer homemaking for me, and a realization that we are multiples ourselves, gently dancing between and with the sense of embodying multiplicity and being a singular entity at the same time with responsibilities. And so this research is bringing up lots of different questions. For example, and these questions I explore in my own practice with other people, but also within the networks that I work with. Some of these are, how can feeling more rather than less lead to a more ecological stewardship and kinship with the rest of the modern human world? I wonder whether a felt interdependence, the awareness of our own planetary materiality, can involve greater care, and whether care and a felt form of empathy will foster more responsible and sustainable action. And how does the ecological crisis call on and disrupt, radicalize and transform fields of dance, choreography and somatic practices? There are many other questions. For example, how can these ecosomatic practices counteract ecological anxiety, inertia, and foster embodied belonging, increase our resilience and adaptability? How can such practices support the development of new ethics, new legislation, and updated nature protection, animal laws, new bias? How can this knowledge be trained, passed on, and how can it inform new fields within dance practices, as well as become relevant beyond the field of dance, and so on?
That's just reaching time now, Minou. So I don't know if you're able to pull this together.
I will wrap up in 1 minute.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
So over the past 2 to 3 years, I've become a steering part of 3 networks. The Movement Network Southwest, there we are, with Anna Casey and Rachel Sweeney, is based in the South Devon at Dartington. The AHRC, the Institute of Study of Somatic Communication, steered by and founded by Nita Little, is a USA-based research group aiming to establish, And then we have Thea, which is an international forum for eco-embodied arts, together with Thomas Campe, Barrett Fisher, and Raphael Ruffo, which is in many ways not located in a particular place. It's transnational, seeking co-directors representing all continents that can facilitate their own local communities. And finally, I want to say that all these 3 networks are in some ways related in their aim to facilitate embodied and ecosomatic and relational dance and movement practices. They all want to diversify the discussion, expand the reach, facilitate a community, offer training and learning opportunities. And it is my personal predicament a little bit how to connect those 3 networks. But I've also noticed that generally it is there's a challenge how to connect to existing and sometimes similar research networks, both in the UK and internationally, how to join forces, how to exchange and offer structural support that is of mutual benefit. I feel like more could be done for us all to work and support each other and our different projects. And I'm going to leave it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Minou. And I can see that in the chat there's a question, and somebody's asked if you might be able to put some of those questions into the chat that have come up. So that's come through from Vip. So
I will.
if you have time to do that at some point during today's event, that would be fantastic.
Lovely.
Thank you. So over to Vivian now. So Vivian, if you can come on to
Okay, so for this first section, my camera is going to be off. So okay. Is it okay if I start?
Yes, it's Vivian. From my perspective, your sound is a little quiet, so I don't know if you're able to move a little closer to your mic, if that's possible.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My name is Chinasa Vivian Ezugha. I am a dark-skinned woman. I am wearing black glasses. I have small gold earrings on. My black hair is tied up and I have a leopard print shirt on. My screen is currently black. I am here and you are there, but we are together. Before I begin, you may, as I speak, turn off your own cameras. When I finish speaking, I will turn my camera on, and in doing so, I will read some things that I have written. Osi manamushi para que se creatore pasa para nuhisi para no sakatere tosika shit para no sapakarayete por unasa se kerapote que si mananese tere. Ase koromasena hoshimara natsedo koropaseto koropasamara notese karaposhita. Canceretora masete repetero nomase se carapose se kerepete. Cosetara manamakosisha rapase se karapote. Anse kantekuna cancere toshimara hasere tokese. Esimana sote asede kase purana karane ite pura seshi mara ese koro kata bayene oyada kuno kase mana hasode ashema kahade geneya pura sese. My body moves with the rhythms of the unspoken sound. Sound defined as heard, hearing, sound defined as echo or output. Over the past 3 years, I have found a space where my collective learning as a visual learner and an embodied mover can come together. Perhaps basic in my pursuit to be educated, I have found myself in the midst of artists who weave together knowledge and draw out of me the things that I thought I could only talk and perform. My collision with higher education, the dance of learning to unlearn. My current research investigates glossolalia, speaking in tongues, the performance of the unknown. This investigation draws upon personal, artistic, and religious experiences, grounded in research that draws on the as anything and everything. Simply put, I speak in tongues and have spoken in tongues through dance, in prayer, and now trying to in literature. We'll just pause for a moment. The unknown is a facet of existence that many people in my region understand too well. Perhaps the most precarious of existing. The unknown, while celebrated by artists, philosophers, and I'm sure scientists, the magnitude of the unknown is one that many people in my region understand too well. They live without knowing. They live without choice. Their lives are flashing across their eyes as I speak to you now. They are in a state of the unknown, surrounded by the known enemy that seeks to strip them of their lives. Unknown, the heaviness of living outside of normality. What is normality, one might ask? I digress. Speaking in tongues is like the dance ritual that held me at dance research studios in London. I remember vividly walking in Jackie would give us all the space to enter into our bodies. I say give because she really gave us time. I remember those moments of rest when she would ask us to move with our morning, and in the movement we would arrive. Slowly entering into the space, our bodies would gently fold into the ground. Rest, she would say, my idea of what dance is and isn't, challenged by that very statement. Moving together, our bodies are different and are challenged. I knew my difference, but somehow I was never made to feel different. Voice. I think there's a few people that have influenced me when I consider dance. And I wanted to put names because I think it's important to give sound to influence. Like Thomas and Bean, Vegas and Anna Furs, Amelia Johnson Small, Jackie Hunter. My work explores the intersection between the vocality of dance, especially the dance that comes from my cultural body, a body that is untrained but has intersected with so much of what I explain. I will pause and take a moment. The people in my region are people who understand the unknown. These people are challenged, and these people don't have a choice to create an artistic and creative expression through the state of condition that they are in right now. I am currently here in Abu Dhabi, and I thank you all for your time today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vivian. So we move on now to our last speaker, Vicky Eringa. So Vicky, I'm just going to invite you to come into the space and
hello. Hello. Gosh, how to follow that? We are all coming at this with such different places, aren't we? I'm just going to. Can you see? Oh, hang on.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, you look up very clearly.
From the beginning, right? Now I need to find my presentation. Bear with me one sec. No, that's not what I want to do at all. Sorry, I am just working from two screens and I'm trying to move this. I'm not managing to do it.
Take your time. We'll have a tiny breather.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop sharing. This is annoying. I had a horrible feeling this might happen. Right, you go over there. And then I'm going to try that again. Right, can you see that? No.
Okay, I can just see you. I can't see anything you're sharing anymore.
Oh gosh, now you can see it.
Now we can see everything and we can hear you really clearly. And
I can see my presentation. Sorry that took so long.
That's okay, thank you.
So hello everyone. I'm a white woman in my mid-50s with short mousy brown greying hair. I'm in my office with some posters behind me and I'm wearing a silly headset. And I was born and raised in Holland. So I'm presenting today not as a researcher, but as someone with lived experience of the questions this network wants to take further, as a dancer, maker, administrator, curator, and manager. I offer a kind of auto-ethnography, perhaps, through the lens of the question of dancing otherwise. But before I start, I just wanted to give a quick introduction, because Vicky thought it would be of interest to people, of what I currently do as the director of the Culture Institute at the University of Leeds. We have there are a few universities in the UK that have this kind of extra prominent culture bit. I know King's College do, some other universities do, not many. And our job is to increase partnerships and collaborative working between the research community and the cultural sector, from an individual level to huge institutions. And of course, our aim is to help create more and better research at student learning, but we literally want, by doing that, to make the world a better place. So here's some examples of what I'm currently engaged with. You can see a robot in a studio dancing with dancers from Northern Ballet. And I just love this image of Katie Surridge, the Dare Art Prize winner, who is she's a blacksmith by trade, and she's taking precious metals from electronic waste to build her artwork from. Just a couple of the tiny things. So here we go then. Oh, I need to. Oh, how do I now go back to? Sorry, I now need to see how I can change the slide. What a nightmare. Go back to here. Bear with me. That works. So last week, on a rainy day in Leeds, I was on my way to rehearsal of Northern Ballet's Romeo and Juliet, a production they had in repertoire when I joined them 20 years ago. This was going to be followed by a studio sparing at Phoenix Dance Theatre. And as I slogged past Yorkshire Dance up the hill, I had this temporary feeling of despondency. Nothing has changed in 20 years. That, thankfully, was followed by noticing a lot of change. This was referred to earlier on. The ballet studio can be a place of hierarchy and dubious power dynamics, but I witnessed 40+ focused and really engaged professionals all working together and alongside each other. There was respect, focus, and shared responsibility, and this was a real change. A lead dancer was wearing a Dancing Queen t-shirt with Leeds Pride on it. Northern Ballet had taken part in Leeds Pride. This would have been unthinkable back then. To bring your personal identity into the studio and as a company make that statement. Back then, Gary Clark was emerging as a young dance maker, an openly gay working class maker in the margins, who less than a year ago joined Arts Council as a national portfolio organisation, currently making a show called Detention about experience of gay people living with Thatcher's homophobic Clause 28 in the late 80s and 90s. Have his explicit working class and queer narratives and aesthetic thus become part of the mainstream? Another example of that, kind of just locally really in West Yorkshire, is the other images here are from Lloyd Thompson's Textile, which is a new MPO in Bradford, which is a grassroots hip-hop company committed to Bradford becoming the best city for breaking. I'm just going to jump further back for a moment and just say that when I was little, I wasn't drawn to dancing as a child. The predominance of pink and ballet in what was on offer to me did not suit at all my vibe. But I fell completely in love with it during my time at Middlesex, where, not unlike places like Dartington, we were questioning what dance as an art form could be. We were lucky to have inspirational visiting lecturers like Nigel Charnock, Shobana Jayasingh, Rosemary Butcher, and Rosemary Lee, all in their completely different ways, asking where, what, and how dancing could say something about what it means to be alive, outside of the narrow, stifling chokehold of mainstream narratives and aesthetic, of who is allowed to be visible where, who is beautiful, who is sexy, powerful, and interesting. And I think it's been my commitment ever since, my quest, if you like, even it take me a long time or quite a while to become clear about it. So after a blissful but short time at Sadler's Wells, mostly focused on disability and access, I joined Northern Ballet as a director of learning and access, where I learned about the daily discomfort of being the only person, the black sheep, if you like, working in a large group of really dedicated and talented people who passionately live and breathe that one difficult thing, ballet. And I lived with that visceral incongruence of a different clashing set of values. When I took over at Yorkshire Dance, I wanted to be everything to everybody. Because, of course, everybody dances. That was our slogan. And I had to learn that it was only when I became more explicit in my leadership and activism that bigger ripples and deeper impact was taking effect. One thing was clear to me, which is that I needed to be in dialogue and collaboration with independent artists. So with Charlotte Vincent's help, we gave birth to 3 female-led, artist-led juncture festivals curated by Charlotte, Wendy Houston and Gilly Kleiman. And in their own ways, these festivals shone a spotlight on radical work that was taking place in the margins by experimental interdisciplinary artists who were envisioning new ways of dancing otherwise. It was a proposal from Gary Clark to curate Bended, an all-queer lineup in 2014 that set us on the path to articulating matters of gender and sexuality as an organizational interest. In his first Bended, Gary invited a then unknown young artist called Amy, now Orrow, Bell. It was the reaction by gay women in the audience that shifted something for me. They were riveted by seeing a queer woman on stage who was so articulate and beautiful in her way. This led to 2 realizations. 1, there is a need and an appetite for more of this work. And 2, why have I been so blinkered? Why have I never asked myself why there are not more diverse women on stage? The Creative Europe project, Performing Gender, deepened that articulation of activism spurred on by mentor Peggy Olieslagers. I accepted the invitation to more specifically articulate with our local artists what we really wanted to activate in the world. I realized what it means to choose to be outside the big London culture bubble. Just by being in the region of Yorkshire, for example, we have to engage with questions of audiences and our role in completely different, perhaps less complacent ways. When Brexit happened and Trump was elected, I understood that whatever we had been doing wasn't enough. So we started delivering a series of encounters festivals, dancing otherwise, with a focus on gender, aging, and as a one-off, the climate crisis. The biggest difference with encounters is that it brings together the art with the local participatory communities. They had always been very separate from each other. So we don't ask the questions of dancing otherwise in our niche artistic bubble, but with, for example, our older ladies who come for their weekly dance to health class and who've never been to a theatre in their lives. An engine underneath this journey for me for 15 years was attendance and engagement with the Aerowaves network and the chance to represent Aerowaves artists in Leeds. This was inspired by artists such as Igor and Moreno, Hotworks, Robbie Singh, and far too many to mention, really far too many. But these images of Sylvia illustrate her interest in playing around with cliches of the dancing female body and societal expectations of women with wit and joy. But it was her collaboration with artist Claudia Marsicano that I want to mention as an example of that real blow my mind moment. For me, an unforgettable, fiercely dynamic and powerful, at times shocking one-woman show by an obese woman who made me look at obesity in a completely different way. So here I was, bravely, so I thought, fighting the fight for the marginalized, the other-bodied, the women, the LGBTQ+ communities, our local and aging communities. But I had no idea what I was missing, and I made some big mistakes. Following the death of George Floyd, the blinkers came off. I'm just going to check my timer, which has gone off. Nearly done. And the company and I made a commitment alongside other white MPO leaders in Yorkshire to learn about becoming more anti-racist. It was the biggest paradigm shift I had to make, the hardest to stomach and accept that in my doing good, I had not fully grasped how I had helped to perpetuate a white-led organization that seemingly cared mostly about Eurocentric contemporary dance. We had, of course, always supported artists from the global majority, but in my privileged blindness, I hadn't done enough to understand what those artists were experiencing. We made a lot of changes. What I realized also that part of the solution was to get out of the way. So here I finish. I'll finish on Just a comment saying in dance, so much of this question of the margins and the mainstream of dancing otherwise and pluralities is tied up in power and resources, in buildings, studio spaces, bodies, brands, salaries, and security. It may be strange, but as a leader of a sizable dance organization, especially during the first very embattled years, I didn't often feel very powerful. Reflecting on the journey, I take hope in the change that we collectively achieve in the flow between the margins and the mainstream.
Okay, thank you so much, Vicky, and thank you to everybody else who has presented in Conversation 3. If I could ask one of the other DO members to spotlight all the speakers, that would be really helpful. And I know we've got quite a lot of questions that have been put to each of you. And I just wanted to just start, before we open up into questions, just to reflect back on some of the things I've heard. And Emilyn, I'm really thankful that the first thing you did was to bring us back to the body, because actually the only way we can know and experience the world is through our bodies and the kind of physical information we have. And that feels really essential in the conversation, that we kind of acknowledge that. And I know that there's always been a kind of historical suspicion about the body, that it's something that we need to control or suppress, but actually it's full of information that if we can foreground that, can kind of give us some alternative ways of seeing. And Minou, when you were talking about your ecosomatic work and the kind of focus on fostering awareness of ourselves and our environment, again, it just made me think very much about that kind of idea about coming back to the body and how we're situated both in our physical bodies, but also in the world around us. And I really enjoyed hearing you talk about visceral empathy. And the kind of, it was interesting in the pad bit, I noticed that Rachel Coleman had put something in there this morning about allowing ourselves to feel things in a way that promote action. She talked about allowing herself to feel despair. Yeah, so to be able to really listen to that as a way to kind of process things that are happening. And I know, Minou, in your talk, you were kind of referring to the idea that how we connect all these different groups and collectives of people who are interested in dancing otherwise feels really important. And it was something that Ashish talked about this morning as one very clear way that we can kind of resist those dominant structures by finding those localized responses and connecting them so that they can see each other, so that that becomes quite a kind of powerful network. And Vivian, thank you so much for talking about weaving knowledges together, because that's really at the heart of what we're trying to do here with this Pluriversal project. And I also really appreciated you kind of talking a little bit about unknown spaces, about how important it is that we acknowledge that that's often the kind of territory that we're operating in when we're trying to kind of understand things. And then Vicky, there was so much honesty and also humour in what you had to offer. I was kind of delighted to kind of hear you recognise that, yes, things have changed. I love the way you described the ballet studio as being one of dubious power dynamics, but how refreshing it was for you when you went back and saw that actually now personal identities are being much more welcomed and are some of these things that were once considered otherwise more mainstream. I use that term carefully because perhaps we're not trying to achieve a new mainstream, but rather a world with many streams, yeah, without one being kind of dominant there. And Vicky, also really appreciate your honesty with some of the hard questioning you and your organisations have done, looking at some kind of ideas about anti-racist approaches, seeing how we are all part of the problems we're trying to kind of tackle. So thank you so much for that. Okay, now I mustn't take up more time because there were questions. So shall we start with some questioning?
Yes, shall I help you with that, Michelle? I think the first one that we have is from Julia, who, oh no, there is one from Dani, apologies. A question from Dani Abulawa for Minou. Can you talk further about practical ways we can engage people who don't consider themselves dancers, so non-dancers in somatic practice? This is something I'm always asking myself about and struggling with and wondering about in a pluriversal sense.
It's a very good question, and I am in many ways struggling and grappling with that permanently myself. I think there is a big question about who has access to this work, and there's a big question about opening up that access and reaching communities who might not necessarily understand the language that we use to access these places. And so it is in many ways a work of translation, I think, to speak the language, inviting people in. I think there are many people in the UK that I know who are doing this work very actively, who are trying to work with government policies to make ecosomatics part of green care. For example, there is we had a talk yesterday, people working with kind of environmental restoration and somatic kind of experiencing. So I think this way of working, understanding ourselves somatically in relationship is coming more and more into other areas when we work with nature conservation, when we work in social contexts, as well as in health and well-being. But I think it will take time. And I think the issue with this work to really gain access to kind of hard facted kind of areas of work is that this is such personal, this work takes place in personal, intimate places that cannot be, it's hard to evaluate them and therefore give them value. But there's so much work underway. All I can say is find your own ways. There are many scores, many tool kind of boxes that you can use, many practitioners who would be happy to share their practice with you, many different ways of bringing this work to other communities. A beautiful master's at Schumacher College called Movement, Mind and Ecology. People are coming from all sorts of backgrounds to study this translation.
Okay, thank you, Minou. And we have a couple more questions, Daniela, don't we?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, we do. The next question is again from Minou, and then we have one from Emilyn. So I'll give you a break, Minou, and I'll go to Emilyn and then come back to you, if that's okay. So, question from Emilyn, how has your practice from VIP, apologies, how has your practice shifted the words queer and queering and aging for yourself and beyond yourself? Did any alternative words, phrases for the experience that we know as queer and aging come out of the texture, sounds, colors, tastes, spaces of the notions of queer, queering, aging explored in your practice? Really nuanced question. You're muted, Emilyn.
Who's asking that question? Because I get a sense they're probably going to be able to answer it a lot better than I can.
So it's a question from Vip. I don't know, Vip, you can feel free to jump in if you're able to. I don't know whether you're still.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Emilyn. Yeah, hi. So it was around you know these words where this words that kind of we are attached to, that come into our lives, and because the work that you talked about was based around the notions of queerness and aging, did the practice that you engaged with change your experience with these concepts in any way?
I think they're continually changing each other.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can say that being queer only changes dance, or dance only changes being queer. I mean, it's been a constantly evolving, moving, shifting process of living, really. I guess
Right.
what the big difference is, of course, is how things are seen from the outside, and how much does the outside, external influences influence then who we are and how we're seen. And I guess over the years, I've probably identified more queerly to the world than I might have done 30, 40 years ago. Certainly as a child, I wasn't really that aware of my queerness as I now look back and think I was. So I think, I don't know, it depends also how the world sees you. That's the, yeah. Make any sense?
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Daniela, we had another question for Minou.
Yes, so
There is another question for Emily as well, I think.
yes, towards the end. Yes, thank you for the help. There is lots in the chat that keep going up and down.
Yeah.
I think we have one from Julia, who is also has got a camera on, so please feel free to voice it, Julia, as well. Question from Minou: can you say more about how you see the link between somatic practice and the public policy lawmaking? You mentioned cures, particularly if you have any examples of how this has happened in the past or how you imagine it unfolding.
I don't have many examples, but I know that there is a government body, and I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it, that is putting funding into local communities for the years ahead to develop climate adoption skills and resilience for an uncertain future. And I know that different practitioners are really trying to develop the language and bring the evidence that ecosomatic practices are very much equipped to really work on that remit, to develop climate adoption skills and develop more resilience. And so I know that their endeavor is to bring that case forward. So for this work to get more funding, there is also another effort, I think, by Gemma Collard-Stokes, if I may say, to put officially include ecosomatic practices into green prescribing, social prescribing practices. So funded places for individuals who struggle with mental health, with health challenges and well-being challenges, for ecosomatic practices to be offered to these individuals. I think there are more examples, but this is really a fast-growing field where evidence is gathered and where some brave individuals are putting forward the case to develop the language and evidence. Yeah.
Thank you, Minou. I hadn't heard about the kind of idea that social prescription might now incorporate some of these ecosomatic principles. It sounds quite exciting and radical.
I think there is an effort underway. I think it's not yet there. And yeah. I'm not working on that frontier myself. I'm only hearing things from colleagues.
Yeah, that sounds like an exciting and necessary development. So yeah, thank you for that. We have a question for Vivian as well.
Yes, so I'm not taking them in order so that we hear different voices. Question for Vivian from Vicky. Can you say a little more about how you personally perform the unknown and how this shows up in your work? Vivian.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vicky. So my practice, I guess, I didn't really talk a lot about my practice. I would say that I wouldn't call myself a dancer. I would say that I'm a performance artist, but I utilize dance because much of what I have learned over the past few years has kind of enabled me to understand that dance is the notion of what dance is shifting in many ways. And so I guess the question of the unknown is something that I myself I'm also looking at in terms of when I go to make work. You know, there's the unknown of not knowing what the work will look like. But specifically now, my focus is around this notion of language, and more around the language that isn't articulated by, what is acceptable in society. I grew up in Nigeria partly, and then the rest of my childhood was in the UK. So I've always been aware of this notion of language that isn't linguistically linear. It's a language that is perhaps more movement-based or a language that is teetering in the sphere of the in-between. I utilize voice now, and I use glossolalia as a practice and as also a research topic and a way of teaching as well, because it opens up the question of what does it mean to communicate and to understand, and how can we move beyond the need to always make sense of everything, and is there like potential in the voice that is not articulating through English or a known language, for example, to also create a space where the unknown becomes materials for making work. In the past, I have made performances that is more about concealing the face or the body, and really kind of using the unknown as a material to engage with space and the things and the people that's in that space. I don't know if that answers the question. That's what I have.
There is so much to unravel in what you've just said, and the whole notion of kind of the idea that kind of language is kind of some kind of symbolic kind of realm that helps us to make sense of things, but you've kind of identified really clearly how that has its limits. And I love the notion of kind of how we might consider what you've just said and think about how we can develop our tolerance for ambiguity, how being able to tolerate uncertainty feels like a skill that we need to explore, enhance, lean into in order to be able to deal with some of these kind of polycrises that we find ourselves in. So yeah, thank you, Vivian. We have another question for Emilyn, I believe.
Yes. I'm a little confused. There was also a question for Emilyn or anyone else. Have I missed it? I was wondering whether Wieke may want to jump in that one as well. I'm curious.
Oh, sorry, there's also a question for Wieke, so we could go to that one next, if that sounds okay.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, Wieke, we're wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the kind of regional activism. Yeah, because you were able to give some really good examples of that. So this is a question that's come from Vicky.
I suppose if you choose to be a contemporary dance artist and you're based in Hull, that's already saying a heck of a lot of what you want to activate in the world and what you want your world to look like than if you live in Islington or Stoke Newington or wherever. I did not want to, and same with Gary Clark, like really owning his South Yorkshire roots and connecting his work back to the mining communities and the trauma that they went through in the 80s through certain shows. And I think you need to think a heck of a lot harder here who you're actually making work for. There isn't a ready-made, unless obviously you're being picked up by, there isn't really not a bubble to retreat into. Maybe there is a little bit in Leeds because it is quite a big community in terms of artists, but the kind of surrounding yourself with people that think and live and breathe artistic, radical, experimental thinking and research is quite difficult if you're not in the big smoke, I think. So you're just constantly far more aware, whether it is in your practical, what you have to do on a daily basis to live, teaching or workshop leading or whatever else, of people that are not in that bubble. Well, we are all very much in our own bubbles, aren't we? Like, so badly.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Vico, I know that you've kind of, when you were referring to there, that the fact that if you're a contemporary dance maker in Hull, that's already making a statement in itself. We're talking here about the dance ecology, about things that are on the margins of that. But I know that historically, even as dance makers, even those people working in the mainstream have felt on the margins of some of the other arts, always felt the kind of, the poor cousin of music and visual art. And so, just struck me there when you were mentioning.
It's true though, because I'm also, of course, and we can always feel like we're the sad one on the end of things. And the dance sector is that place also, isn't it? It does feel embattled a lot. But it's also like who you can surround yourself with, how much you hang out with, and you can really, I mean, Brighton, again, a very, very different place. I think you can surround yourself with a lot of artists in Brighton. Yeah.
Thank you. And Daniela, should we go back to that question we
Yes,
missed?
let's do that. Question for Emilyn and anyone else from Julia. I'm curious about how you view the cycles of practice and forgetting, remembering or rediscovering. Having mentioned the 1970s dance activism you were part of, are we just doomed to keep practicing the same horizontal communing at the margins? Do you think there is any real shift possible in revisiting, proposing some of these tools in the dance industry that also Ashish and Katia were talking about?
There's quite a lot there. Yeah, where do you start to begin?
Yeah, God, there's many things to respond in there. So I'm going to pick on one possibility here is that I think it's really important to keep reinventing the wheel again and again and again and again. And at the same time, I think it's really important to look at where the wheel has been invented before, maybe the same thing, because every time it gets reinvented, if there's been a look at what's happened before, there's the possibility that there could be a small shift rather than continually repeating the same change, if you see what I mean. So I think what happened in the 1970s, I see again in almost in every decade in certain ways. And for me, that's really, really important. And at the same time is to look at, okay, is there more we can do from that? But that's the same as making work, I think, for every artist who's making a piece. We're not, oh God, how do I say this? I don't believe in the unique. I don't believe in the original. I don't believe in a truth. I don't believe that there's a one thing. I think we're continually building and layering on what already is here. And it's how we do that and how we look at how we do that together that allows things to shift. I'm going to stop there because I'm sure everybody else wants to answer that question.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Emilyn. And anyone else want to come in and respond to any of the points that were in that question?
If not, there is an alternative question for Vivian, which I've sort of messed up whilst typing and doing other things. I was really, all of a sudden, I started thinking about the unknown, Vivian, that you were talking about from a very specific perspective, which is not one that I can embody. So I was also very conscious that we often talk about unknowing as a critical process that it's important to engage with. And I was struck by the question of, so does it mean that this process of unknowing is in one way a privileged process? Because the sort of condition of being in the unknown is the condition of minoritized groups. So those of us who can engage proactively with unknowing and dismantling, does it mean that we're doing so from a very privileged position and forgetting or not acknowledging what it really means to live with the unknown on a daily basis in ways that threaten your existence. So I wonder whether that is a question that seems meaningful to you and you have thoughts around this.
Yeah, I think the privilege is a notion that I think that I don't struggle with the term privilege or existing in a privilege. And I say this because I think that there's sometimes a misconception that, for example, that as a Black woman that I don't have a privilege. I have a privilege and I am well aware of my privilege, but I'm also aware of how perhaps how sort of vulnerable my privilege is in relation to certain contexts and environments. And this is also to say that I'm not saying that you're saying I have a privilege, but is to say that I have the question of privilege always coming up in my mind, because the way that I relate to the unknown, I also understand this from my own place of privilege, but I had to get to that place of privilege through different means that weren't of a place of privilege. And in saying that, I would say that sometimes when you have no choice, or when you don't have the luxury to contextualize what's happening in your environment or in your space, you are unknowingly deconstructing the environment, because the urgency to deconstruct is always there. So we're in a position of privilege here in Abu Dhabi at the university, but we're aware that the outside of this bubble, the situation is that many are in a state of unknown. And that state of unknown means that I have to use my privilege to make it known that they are in that space of unknown. And yeah, I think there is some privilege to being able to kind of, think about unknown, both from, from what you're saying, but also from a space of empathy as well. When I think about the empathy that's been spoken about, in that somehow we all as people embody that sense of unknown. It's just that for some people it's more immediate, in that they know that they potentially might not live past a certain hour, or they know that the condition that they are currently in, or the condition that their country has been subjected to, means that they don't have a home to go back to. And so when privilege shifts, it means that the one that finds themselves, i.e. myself and maybe some other people in this institution, have to take it and use it in a way that shines a light to the unknown. So I think the unknown is shifting between known and unknown for the reason that you speak to, Danielle.
Okay, thank you so much, Vivian. And I think we're just going to draw conversation 3 to a close at that point. It feels like a good point, Vivian, to kind of remind us all that any privilege, there's a sense of impermanence in anything in relation to that. And privilege can be contested, and is. And okay. So Vicky, we conclude conversation 3. I'd just like to thank so much the contributions, which I found very exciting to listen to and engage with. So thank you so much, Emilyn, Vivian, Minou and Wieke.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes.
It's been wonderful to listen to you all.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to Michelle for chairing and holding that space so beautifully. Thank you to the presenters. Thank you to the team behind the scenes, adding stuff to the chat and to the Padlet. And of course, to the attendees for your wonderful questions and attention. Thank you so much, everybody. Some rich discussions which are going to ripple out. Please remember to add things to the Padlet. There is a questionnaire on there. Please fill that in. We will reconvene again at 1 o'clock. We will have a brief introduction from the team, and then we will have our keynote, our final guest presenter from Bayo Akomolafe at 1:15. So followed by 2 more panels. We really look forward to continuing those conversations then. Go and have a break.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, sister. Hello.
Hello, Bayo. Really good to have you.
Nice to be had. Good to meet you.
Fabulous.
How are you doing? It's evening for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's now 30 p.m.
Mhm.
Officially evening.
Yeah,
Yes,
working after hours, we're asking you to do.
I do that all the time. It's no problem, sister.
Thank you.
Your technology seems to be working extremely well, Bayo, at this point. We can see you and hear you very clearly.
Excellent. We're so pleased to hear that. I think Victoria is trying to say something, but you're muted. You're muted, Victoria. That's the problem.
I've only been doing this a short while. I'm so sorry. What I'm trying to say is I have spotlighted you, Bayo, so that when you are ready to share your slides after we've done our introductions.
Oh, I'm not doing slides. I'm just going for it.
Perfect. Then don't worry, then you don't need to share screen or anything. That's great. Yeah, so the format is we're going to welcome everybody in a minute. Once we've let everybody in, people are still coming in. And we're going to do some brief intros and then we'll hand over to you, but we'll be as brief as possible to give you as much time as possible. And we're very excited to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And maybe we can remind people that there is always the function to activate the live captioning. So if you go on the three dots at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you should have that function to enable the captions. So if you find it easier that way, please take time.
But do not trust everything the system portrays as, because I make up words on the fly and the AI doesn't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, let's start. It's 1 minute after 3 p.m. in the afternoon in the UK. So welcome back, folks who were here this morning or who were here yesterday. I'm going to introduce myself and the team in a short while, but just to say that this is a continuation of an event that started yesterday evening and carried on this morning. And at both those points, last night and this morning, we did a much longer spiel about our motivations for this network and some theoretical kind of work behind that. So we're going to put that on the Padlet. We have a Padlet for this event, which is like a repository where you can put stuff in there. It's open to everybody to contribute. If you want to add some images or some thoughts, please do so. And are we recording? We are recording. Good, we're recording. It's all good. So we are recording. So if you prefer not to appear on camera, we are recording. So just to remind you of that, please switch your cameras off. There's no need to keep them on if you don't wish to. We ask that all presenters, all attendees keep their microphones on mute during the presentations just to help us with noise reduction. And please post your questions in the chat. We're going to have a chair and a curator, so we'll get those questions going. I'll do a very quick introduction. We're doing introductions now. Have I missed anything? No. Okay. Right, great. So, hello, I'm Vicky Hunter. I'm the principal investigator for the Dancing Otherwise Exploring Pluriversal Practices Network. And I'm based at the University of Bath Spa in the southwest of England, and I'm really thrilled to be here. I am a white woman in my middle years with dark hair, glasses, and wearing a black top, and I'm in my office and I've got some bookshelves behind me. Michelle.
Hello, everybody. Lovely to have you here with us. My name is Michelle Elliott, pronoun she, her. I'm one of the network co-investigators, and I'm also based at Bath Spa University. I'm a 50-year-old woman. I've got brown skin, curly hair, glasses. I'm wearing a navy-coloured top. And feeling excited about what's going to emerge this afternoon. And really looking forward to the conversations. So thank you. Daniela?
Thank you, Michelle. I'm Daniela Perazzo, and I'm based at Kingston University in Southwest London. I'm calling in from my front room. I also live in Kingston, so my commute is nice and easy. I cycle into work. I have an Italian accent, which I haven't changed since I moved to the UK 20 years ago. My daughters find it extremely funny, but also they say it's quite cute. My cold is getting better. My voice seems to not be as funny as it was earlier today and yesterday. So I'm full of optimism, and I'm also ready to absorb the words that I'm kind of anticipating from Bayo. Maybe before I pass on over to you, or maybe I'll come back, because I know that Bayo wasn't here when we sort of also said how we invite people to join us in this space. So I'll pass over to Julia first, and then I'll kind of summarize that briefly, just for Bayo's benefit and everybody else's.
Hi. Makes sense. I'm Julia Pond. I'm the project coordinator and a core member of the research network. I'm a white woman with an American accent, wavy black hair with gray streaks, a blue woolly cap and a green jumper, and a blurry background. And I'm really anticipating this afternoon. I'll hand back over to you, Daniela or Vicky, in terms of moving things forward.
Thank you, Julia. And sorry for kind of jumping in with this. I just thought that we'd sort of frame things a little bit, and it would be good for the framing to be repeated for this afternoon session. So we talked, Bayo, a little bit about how we're all familiar with kind of curating and framing spaces for dialogue, thinking between safe spaces, brave spaces, accountable spaces, and what they all have in common in terms of fostering and values that are around equity and the ways in which things are shared. So we are also very conscious of the fact that all of these approaches, you know, what feels right, what feels safe, what feels engaging, what feels brave will be different for different people. So we want to hold that very much within our awareness. So we are inviting all contributors and participants to join us, holding the values that these models have in common, which help us build more equitable spaces. And we ask that you step into this space with an open mind, a respectful heart, and with a willingness to listen with care. We've also suggested that you may want to allow some space for your own and other people's vulnerability, if you can bear it, and that you do what you need to do in order to feel that you can meaningfully participate and share this time with us. So we extend this invitation to Bayo and to anybody who has just joined us after lunch today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Daniela. So I'm going to leave you to chair. So I'm going to curate. So Michelle's going to chair this session, and I'm going to curate some of the questions and comments in the Padlet, in the chat rather. So over to you.
Thank you, Vicky. And I'm delighted to welcome Bayo Akomolafe with us to join us today. He's a widely celebrated poet, author, teacher, international speaker, and post-humanist thinker. I should perhaps warn you all that Bayo's described himself as a trickster philosopher. So if you get a sense that something that feels a little bit unorthodox today about some of his ideas, then that might be why. And for those of us who are already familiar with Bayo's work, we'll have witnessed how his poetic writings and talks really invite people to consider how we can learn to listen and pay attention to the world, so that we can experience the idea, as he describes it, of the world as a never static, ever-changing field of entanglements, which really kind of plays into the themes of our pluriversal network. So Bayo has a PhD in psychology. He's taught at universities around the world. He's been a visiting professor at Middlebury College in the US. He currently lectures at Pacifica Graduate Institute in California, and he sits on the board of many organizations, including Science and Non-Duality, which is in the United States, and Ancient Futures, which is in Australia. And he's also the founder of the Emergence Network, which is a planet-wide initiative that seeks to convene communities in new ways that they can respond to the critical global challenges that we face. And that certainly connects in very much with some of the kind of ideas that were proposed by Ashish this morning in his discussion. And Bayo is also the host of a post-activist course and festival called We Will Dance with Mountains. And in recognition of all of this work, in 2021, he was the recipient of the New Thought Leadership Award. Now, amidst all of these different roles and accolades, Bayo actually considers his most sacred work to be learning how to be with his daughter, son, and wife. And it's here that he learns what he calls the importance of insignificance. So Bayo, we're really thrilled that you're able to join us today and offer us some of your perspectives. And I'm very happy to hand over to you now.
Thank you, sister. Thank you very much, Michelle. And I feel welcome. Thank you for having me for this moment. My name is Bayo, like Michelle has just said. I'm in Chennai with my family. I thought I might begin by, offering my greetings to you wherever you are in the world. That as we go through these tumultuous, turbulent moments, that you feel surrounded and held and welcome as I've been made welcome here. And that you are met in pleasant places and ways, and that we find other places of power together. That's what we do. But let me begin, because I hear that I have this space of time, just this space of time. So I want to jump into it with a question that I've been considering for a while. So I'm writing a new book about milk. Don't ask me why I'm focusing on milk. I'm focusing on milk, and milk is cosmic. And I was in a conversation with a dear sister, and I asked a question, and I want to see if I could, at least for a moment, share this question with you. Michelle, maybe both of us I could share this question with you and with everyone by implication, and see what you say. It's in part rhetorical, but I guess if you have some response, that's great too. So what's the difference between a cyborg, an AI thing, a robot, whose actions has led to the death of a human being, and a murderous human being? What's the difference, if any? What do you think?
Well, humans made of flesh are much more complex sense-making organisms than any machine could ever be.
Right. Oh, I love the way Michelle just walked through that valley. So she doesn't jump at any mines or something, just very carefully. And someone very, very confidently put choice. Right. It comes down to choice. But thank you, sister, for playing. I mean, often when I'm announced as a trickster philosopher, people walk in eggshells and don't want to say the wrong thing, but there is no wrong thing here. Maybe if you have some way of responding to that, you can put it in the chat. I'm not going to look at it. There are no grades for this, but see what you feel. I often get a couple of responses: choice, responsibility. A human being has passions, intentions, motivations, but robots are just ones and zeros, right? Robots don't do that. So one is culpable and the other isn't, something like that. But I'm a sci-fi fan. And that particular question isn't new at all. I didn't articulate it. I mean, I articulated this version of it, but there are many iterations of that question that have stolen the airwaves for generations. Philip K. Dick, Electric Dreams. To my embarrassment, I haven't read the book, but I've watched a sci-fi series on that beautiful anthology of short stories. And in one of them, and I'm not going to spoil it because I hear spoiling is sin in the West, so I'm not going to be a sinner today. But in one of the stories, Autofactory, short form Autofac, it involves a community of survivalists living at the end of the world who are trying to battle a huge robot, a corporate entity that is producing things humans no longer need. Well, just going to get through the chase music and get right to the chase. The protagonist of this story ends up being a cyborg. All the while we've been cheering for a cyborg, a robot, when, you know, we thought we were cheering for a human being, right? And somewhere there's this plot twist and we realize, oh, we've actually been on the side of the robots all this while. And this is not the only story. Many stories examine the difficulty of disentangling metal from passion, right? And this is just my way of noticing this story here, this thing I want to drop here, that we often presume that humans have passions, humans have intention, humans have responsibility, humans have ethics, humans have choice. The difficulty here is we are not quite sure what the human is. It's very difficult these days in an entangling world, in an entangling universe where separability is being called into question at every moment, how to divorce the boundaries we claim to be exclusively ours from ecologies, from algorithms, from furniture, from intensity, from metal, right? So that in a sense, you know, and this is the secretion of liberal humanism as an ideology. We locate these qualities firmly within the human. The human is beautiful. The human has conscience. It's a capitalist relation, a having of something. I think it's very difficult to notice this these days when we notice or acknowledge how imbricated we are with the world that we claim to be masters over, right? So that the human is looking less and less like what we think it was, and the world is looking more and more like what we think the human is. And that's just my way of noticing that I don't think humans have passions or intelligence or motivations or intention. I think these qualities don't even need human selves. I think they enlist human bodies. I think feelings aren't, it's not that we have feelings, it's that feelings have us. And they enlist us. And there are lots of interesting studies, and there's no time to get through them, that suggest that we are enlisted in these qualities that we supposedly have, so that we're co-participating in assemblages, in larger territories, in larger logics that exceed the idea that we are private citizen subjects. That's my way of beginning this idea that the human is territory. And if you're to write anything down, that might be a good thing to write down. This has been, you know, this has been a very, very strong trope in Black studies. The human is territory. The human is territorial. We often think the representational thing, the image that you're seeing in front of you right now, the anthropomorphic shapes that we assume, the image is the human. Visuality is a form of complementary exclusions. In order to see, we cut out aspects of the world, right? Just like inclusion is a form of exclusion, right? Just like being accepted is to change one's name. Ask immigrants, you might hear a lot more about this. So the human is territoriality. The human is an algorithm, a pattern, an ecological formation that is still co-becoming, that is still happening. And it can assume colonial dynamics. You can ask lots of people who look like me, especially in the United States, where people who look like me were not granted access into the political event that is the human. They were considered a fraction of what it means to be human. So the human is not a fait accompli. The human is an ongoing ritual. The human is a practice. It's a clearing in the forest, a flattening of the world so that certain products can be produced, certain realities can be reinforced, certain concepts can be formulated. There are lots of archetypal suggestions and nourishments and accoutrements that I could deploy here to demonstrate this idea. And I say this right now because I think we are stuck in the human. I think we are stuck in familiar patterns of behaving. I think we're stuck in familiar notions of solidarity. I think we're stuck in familiar notions of responsibility. We're going around in circles, you see. Has anyone here seen, what's it called again? An ant death spiral? For £1 million. Sarah is like, I know. Julia is like, me. I want to do that. No? Okay. Nina, do you have an idea? Is it a tip of the tongue for you? No. I'll tell you. They say ants move about by pheromonic secretions. There's a species of ant that they're blind, soldier ants. They're blind, they cannot see. And so to navigate through the world, they secrete in some militaristic fashion chemicals that are cartographical. They're called semiocartographical chemicals. That is meaning-making, map-making chemicals. And so their bodies in this military fashion tells the other where to go. It's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. In some situations, an accident occurs, at least from our perspective, and then the ants go around in circles. They just keep going around in circles, and they cannot stop. In fact, sometimes they may tell themselves, we're almost home, right? I often say that there might be a motivational speaker among those ants saying, don't give up, we're just about to get home, motivating them to keep on going. But they go around in circles, you see, and they just keep on going around until they die out of exhaustion. Some ant circles have been observed to be as large as football stadiums, and some as small as could fit on your coffee table. So the death spiral, does it remind you of anything? Anyone? Does it remind you of our sometimes it feels like how we respond to the crisis is the crisis? Like our attempts to address particular worlds, particular wicked challenges, only come back in other ways to haunt us and to say we're still here. It's like our intentions were inadequate to an explanation of what was happening. The actuality of how the world emerges and spills away from itself requires much more than our humanistic tropes of intentions and choices. Quick story. This one was told by Desmond Tutu. Everyone knows Desmond Tutu. Two monks walking down a river, chatting with themselves, having a beautiful day, and they hear a voice screaming for help in the river. The one monk that can swim jumps into the water, drags this person out, revives the person, sets the person on his way, and they continue on their journey, remarking about what has just happened. Summarily, by and by, another person screams for help. Now, this is a fascinating day. The monk jumps in again, revives the person, and it goes on and on. They keep on running into someone calling out for help. When they get to the last person, so to speak, calling for help, the companion monk who has not been jumping into the water expects his companion to jump into the water. But this monk runs upstream. And so his companion calls out to him and says, "Where are you going? You know that I cannot swim." And that running monk shouts back, "I'm going to catch them where they fall." Right? Desmond Tutu told this story to suggest that sometimes the problem is the solution and the solution is the problem. And the world enters into feedback loops so that it calls for a dramatic practice or something else that spills away from the convergence points, that the feedback loops that repeat certain kinds of realities. And that's my thesis here today with you, my siblings. It's the examination of stuckness. It's the noticing of how our cherished ways of thinking about the world and thinking with the world often reinforce certain paradigms and certain ways of the world worlding itself. I often say that if you lean on a wall long enough, you tend to look like the wall after some time, right? There is a sense in which even critique, even activisms, even speaking truth to power can become a department in the critiqued, right? This is the reason why Black scholar Fred Moulton would say, one does not speak truth to power. And I would add, that's because sometimes we can become part of a dynamic of ecological ventriloquism, right? When even our voices are not our own. And however loud we raise it, we are only adding to the dynamic, the forces, the eddies, the swirl of power and ideology that is keeping us incarcerated in certain kinds of realities. A practical example of what I'm speaking about. Show of hands, digital or otherwise, how many of you recycle? Everybody, I think, recycles. Ooh, this is interesting. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you. I don't. You see, there's a lot of things that's different about living in the global South that is revealing, especially to those in the so-called North. I was wandering through an airport one day in the United States, and I was observing. It was like a spontaneous ethnographic study. And I was watching a woman carry her Starbucks cup, running around the terminal, looking for where to drop it in the designated box or trash can. I don't know what it's called, and to dump it there. And I just watched her and felt her anxiety about the right color, the right trash can to receive this thing. What's difficult for most people to understand is how these practices are not as utopian as we think they are. I mean, I'm not saying that we think they're utopian, but every practice is connected to networks of suffering. 96 or 97%, I think some studies show, of recycled items actually go to Gambia or to India or to Vietnam. I don't need that study to tell me that, because I grew up in the discarded artifacts of the West. It was my playground. That was my playground. There was a huge mountain near my house. Well, not exactly near my house, but in my area. On the way to school, I saw it every day. It's not a mountain like you would see in Switzerland. It's a mountain of discarded computer screens and objects of different kinds that had that what's the symbol? The recyclable symbol on them, right? I knew this in my bones in toxic ways before I saw the data, that these items are not carried away to a green emerald city and turned into green emerald products for consumer usage. No. Every civilization needs sites of abjection. And I grew up in those places of abjection. Now, my point in raising this is not to make you feel in some way I don't do that. My point is to demonstrate that even with this knowledge, we are most of the time committed to doing what we know how to do, right? A friend of mine, Vanessa, professor, she calls it dopaminergic networks, that we're so committed to doing what we're doing because at some level it gives us a feeling of pleasure, a feeling of moral rectitude that we're doing that, even though there is no evidence or little evidence that that is actually saving the day, even though we have more evidence than not that it is actually reinforcing the problem. That speaks of patterns that exceed intentions. That speaks of a stuckness in ways of thinking. That speaks of morality as more than just prescribed or transcendent codes that govern behavior. It speaks of ethics as immanent practices of moving through complexity, and how morality can become carceral, can become so stuck in itself that the right thing to do could be the most inappropriate thing to do. So the question here is, what else is there to do then? What other forms of solidarities are possible when the right thing to do isn't leading to anywhere nutritious, when the highway is leading to nowhere interesting, when, in the words of Jean-Henri, the hospital is ill? You know, the quality of iatrogenic interventions, if that's in medical practices, when the medicine is the initiator of sickness, when medicine actually instigates illness. And what do you do when healing is caught up in troubling dynamics of suffering? What do you do when the crisis is repeated in the solutions that we prefer to the crisis? I come from a tradition of Yoruba thinkers that believe that in times of crisis and urgency, we slow down. I'll say a little bit about that. I think I want to do this before time is gone. How am I doing for time, people? Good?
You've got
Excellent.
another 7 or 8 minutes.
7 or 8 minutes, excellent. My Yoruba elders say that in order to find your way, you must become lost. You must become lost. In order to find your way, you must become generously lost. My work is about sensitizing people, folks, to the limitations of our moral purview. My work is about sensitizing folks to the cracks that emerge within moral assemblages. Morality is part of my examination of Blackness, not Blackness as an identity, but Blackness as a counter-hegemonic force, Blackness as entropy, Blackness as decay, Blackness as a form of radical hospitality. My story that I offer us today is not just one of stuckness, it's one of exhaustion. I'm trying to say here that modernity is at its wit's end. Modernity is a kind of morality. It's a holding space for bodies. It's a ritual. And its greatest work is to proliferate dissociated selves, is to proliferate the notion of privacy, is to reach and experiment with forms of gaining transcendence. It's the Baldorian epic, the archetype of purity. This is also coterminous with the idea of whiteness. Whiteness is not white people. Whiteness is a form of departure, is that enlisted white bodies and other kinds of bodies in how it came to matter and how it still comes to matter. So when I speak about white modernity, I'm speaking about the social, economic, philosophical, material, theological, gastronomical, archetypal, archaeological, ecological paradigms and rituals and practices that maintain a world of separability and separation. That world is heaving and hoeing and grunting under the burden of, producing the weight and the guarantee and the confidence of the citizen subject. And it's unable to continue to do this because something tugs at the sleeves of its continuity, something entropic, something that feels like grief, something that looks like loss, something with the quality of cosmic fugitivity, something at the edges of what is knowable, something that can only be seen in transversal traces, something that feels like a monster, maybe even like Godzilla, not the American versions of Godzilla, which are pets that are misunderstood. I'm speaking about the Japanese one, the one that doesn't give a damn about what you think, that will ravage your city. Something monstrous is disturbing the civility of suburbia and white modernity, and is beckoning on its decay, and it's falling to the earth. This is what humility looks like. This is just my roundabout, long-winded way of saying that in some form, white modernity is hollowing out. And as it loses bodies, we need a vocation of radical hospitality to catch them where they fall, like that monk that ran upstream, catching them where they fall. What might that look like? What might it look like to convene sensuous solidarities? I know most of us are probably, many of us, maybe some of us, I don't know, maybe one of us is an activist here, right? You care about the right thing. You care about doing right. You care about people who are oppressed. You probably care, as I do, about Palestinians. You maybe even notice that violence is never proliferated by or within a binary. I often say that one of the most urgent ways to think about violence is as a rhizomatic thing, like a bullet ricocheting in a room. It's very difficult to trace origins in an entangled universe. So the thing here is not the attitude of blame. It's not just noticing who's in the room. It's noticing the room. There's a post-humanist animist quality to the kinds of shifts that need to happen today. So just to wrap things up, and never in a neat bow or a neat way, we are stuck in the human that is radioactive, the human that is stuck on itself, the human that doesn't know where to go, the human that is seeing its own death. Scientists propose that we call this impasse the Anthropocene. There are many names for this stuckness. I suggest that this is a crack. And I know that I cannot within 2 minutes talk about cracks, but I could suggest to you that a crack is a fault line. It's like an ecotone. It's the place where hidden tensions in the flattened world, subterranean tensions sprout. And they sprout in form of monstrous qualities. They sprout in form of failures. They sprout in form of pathology. They sprout in form of the story of the American Psychiatric Association saying that grief is a pathology, and that if you grieve for more than 1 year, there's something wrong with you, right? They sprout in terms of things that are unacceptable. The ways that we have treated these entities is to cut them down, rush back to normal, objectivize them in the ways that we probably did with the virus as some entity that came from outer space, or outer space rather. Instead of doing that, it seems like there's an invitation to stay with the trouble. I'm using Donna Haraway's words, to stay alongside the trouble, to lie down with the trouble, to experiment at the edges of what we know, to dance with illegibility, with fugitivity. What that looks like is only locally accessible. It depends on how we come together, what is assembled with us, and what we listen to. But ancestors are there, viruses are there, bacteria is there, more than human entities are always present when we try to come together in new ways. I will end with a story, a very brief story, and I'd like you to keep those ants in mind as I say this. My son is autistic, and when he was 3 years old, I've told this story many, many, many times, but it keeps on coming up. When he was 3 or 4 years old, he had a moment. My clinical training, my training as a psychologist, teaches me to see it as a tantrum or a meltdown or something like that, some other term. My wife forbids this terminology in her house, and she's my boss, and I say yes. And so she said, don't use that word. It is the passing of a wild god. Okay, so I'm just going to say he experienced the passing of a wild god while we were in a shopping mall some day in Chennai, here in India. And I couldn't handle it. I couldn't maintain or manage the situation. Not that I was called to, but I felt, like eyes everywhere were staring. And I wanted to manage the situation, to contain it. I offered my son cookies and biscuits and stuff, but it wasn't working. I wasn't doing it right. My wife came to me and said, walk away. You're not handling this well. I'll deal with this. And so I walked away and looked at her from a distance, and she just laid on the ground with my son, just next to him. She didn't say a word. She didn't say, it'll be fine. She didn't say, I'll offer you a cookie. She didn't say anything. She offered no hope, and she took no hope, but she just stayed in silence with him. And something about that was the politics that I've been speaking about. Something about staying alongside, traveling with the trouble, running upstream to catch them where they fall. That's the invitation here. That's the emergent quality of the third way politics that isn't a monolith, isn't a guarantee, isn't a search for solutions. It is just a building of new alliances with the world around us. And there's no other vocation that I can think of that does that work well than dance. She was called to dance with my son, right? To end my spiel, what is the way an ant can break out of the trance of the circle? Well, one way is for it to be infected with spores from Ophiocodiceps unilateralis. It's a fungal entity. It enters the ant and it disturbs the ant's claims to exclusivity, and the ant becomes a hybrid creature and it breaks away from the trance. The word we're looking for is infection. And I don't mean that in the epidemiological sense. I mean that infection, opening our skins to the animist world, noticing that the sites of failure, the site where morality bleeds is ethics, is ethical open-endedness. That is the invitation here, for us to travel, for us to get lost together, and for us to come around to a world that is always new. That's it.
Wow. Thank you, Bayo. I feel like I need to leave just a moment there. Kind of sacred moment of pause. Okay. Thank you for sharing such powerful and what an insightful collection of different ideas. I've really enjoyed hearing the way that you kind of dance between all these different stories. And I love the kind of, it's like a choreography, how your thinking moves from point to point. And I was particularly struck by your invitation that we might need to reconsider what we assume we know about what it is to be human. And that actually acting being human is a process, and that it's fraught with all sorts of complications. And the pattern that you highlighted about how humans, we tend to be committed to what we're doing and keep doing it, I think that will resonate with lots of us here. And actually, to really richly engage in all the things that you're proposing, we need to step into some spaces of real uncertainty where we radically challenge what we know. And as you suggest, kind of become lost in some sense. And that was something that came up in our conversations this morning about being prepared for ambiguity and all its complexities. And I know you talked about kind of learning to live with confusion and making do with partial answers. So
yeah,
all of that really chimes with things we're exploring. So thank you. And I know we have quite a few questions that our kind of everybody in this conversation would like to invite you to respond to. So perhaps we can start with the first question.
I think that's from Sarah Wieke, who I know is here. Sarah, do you want to speak to your question yourself, or would you like me to read it?
Yes, sorry, I'm in a public space. I think it's been answered. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I think the story, Bayo, you told that I've heard before about your son kind of answered the question of how you practice these things you're talking about, both in your personal life and professional. And I've always really adored the fact that you bring forward to the forefront your personal family life, and that's a place of practice like anywhere else. So I think you've answered it, but just thank you. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no separation between those spheres. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Sarah. The next question is from Ruth. How can we, as Karen Barad would say, meet the universe halfway with radical and humble hospitality for multi-species worlds, while somehow living with the exceptionalism that seems to be written into our bones?
Well, even exceptionalism is contingent upon relations, right? Exceptionalism is not a thing apart. The idea, the phenomenon of exceptionalism, the idea that we're independent, that we're making decisions, is in homeopathic doses being upended. It's not just by research and scientific inquiry. I think in a sense, we are feeling this at some psychic level. A sister of mine, Sherry Mitchell, talks about driving in the United States, on the streets and parking, just pulling over so that she can sob. And then she asks herself, why am I crying? And then she realizes maybe it's not my grief. Maybe it's not even something that happened to me. Maybe as the architecture of independence decays and ruptures, maybe I'm now able to sense the grief of a mother whale that has just lost her child. Maybe we are, tuning in to grief as an atmospheric quality. So that sense of that we're co-participating in a parliament of possibilities and affect is an invitation to new kinds of responsibilities, because the responsibility adduced and suggested by our Kantian morality, our imbrication within the city, is inadequate to the moment. We need something different. And that something cannot be prescribed. It can only be experimented with.
Right. Fabulous. Another question? Oh, this question is actually from me, if that's okay. That's all right. It was just in response to your discussion of the cracks. And I also wondered about the opportunities that cracks present. So I just asked, is it an opportunity to play with tension and maybe to explore its elasticity and where that tension eventually takes us to, where it might break and where it might not actually reform back to its original shape, but always affected by the interaction at hand?
We are always doing that, right? It's not that we decide to do that. It's that to live is to rehearse life. We're not living and then we decide to practice. It's that life itself is experimental. Death is experimental. Reason why I often say that death needs a new ontology, right? We are constantly playing and being played by the world, by archetypes, by algorithms, by forces, right? So cracks are the playfulness of morality. cracks are the playfulness of the holding places that give embodiment to our bodies, right? It's that even a slave ship is not as totalizing as, I mean, you don't need to read Foucault to know that even the slave ship is not itself all by itself, right? This is the reason why Yoruba people tell the stories of tricksters and spirits stealing into the slave ship and turning the slave ship into a wooden womb, right? Where new worlds were being born, right? It became much more than a place of punishment. It became a traveling trickster trope. It became the possibility of newness, even in the midst of misery, right? So it's not that we have to do it now, it's that we've always been doing it. And cracks only represent the tensions that exist in every claim to life or death. And that we notice cracks in terms of the things that don't fit, at least partly, and that there is some kind of politics that is an invitation to those things that don't fit, a playfulness with them. Children play a very, very central role in how I think about cracks, but that's a discussion for another time, I guess. The sequel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to ask you to talk a little bit more about the notion you proposed about how it can be really tricky to be able to trace the origins of the phenomenon we find ourselves encountering. And
Yes.
we've already talked in some of the previous conversations about how lots of the things we're kind of trying to recognize, they're kind of deeply enmeshed in politics, economics, history, culture. There's that kind of, and I just wonder, as we try to think about tracing the origins, what kind of strategies we can use, because the minute you acknowledge the complexity of what we're trying to unravel, the
Yes.
more you realize how little you know and how
Yes.
much thought you knew is unstable or inaccurate, and a kind of vacuum emerges that can feel quite complex, I think, to be in.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about kind of how we might navigate that.
So my son does this thing called stimming, right? He hums a lot. Right? He's humming a lot. And one theory about what's happening is that he's creating a minor gesture. Right, it's minor because it's a tick, it's an idiosyncratic gesture to kind of enforce regularity, some form of regularity to stave off the overwhelming complexity that is like this arriving wave to his senses. So he's humming, and sometimes he goes around in a circle, right? Because he's in touch with stuff that is neurotypically invisible. I say this because I think that, in a sense, morality is a kind of stimming. Our senses of good and evil and the right thing to do is a blocking off of the overwhelming complexity of the ethical universe. And so we carve out this, not that we do it, but it's a doing, right? And we are part of this doing, and we are created in and manufactured in particular ways that pushes off this complexity. I was going somewhere with this, but sister, just remind me of the question again that you just asked.
Yeah, it's just about the fact that the more we engage with knowing that what we know isn't certain, the bigger the vacuum becomes in terms of then thinking, well, how do we know what to practically do? But the idea of that you've just talked about in relation to your son, it resonates with dance, because we will come back to the body as a home and a place of,
Well, it's even the where I was going with that is, is that I was speaking about violence in as ricochet, right? Is within the orbit of our humanist constraints, violence needs a perpetrator and a victim. It's a useful, our legal systems will not work if we don't have this way of allotting responsibility. But you see, sometimes this usefulness can become toxic, right? And start to produce things that we don't expect it to, or that it starts to corrupt itself, if you will. Because if you relax those humanist or anthropocentric constraints a little bit, then you notice that responsibility is not easily tied to pre-individuated bodies, as if a body is this. Like Michelle, your body is not just that thing on the chair. Your body is the room. Your body is diasporic, not just local. Your body is virtual. The edges of your skin and your cells and your atoms are experimenting with virtual possibilities right now. Quantum field theory. This is not woo-woo new age stuff. It's that your body is still being made. This is autistic perception, right? It's easy for neurotypicals to background the world and operate in it. But there's something about autism, and I'm not speaking about it as if it were monolithic, but there's something about the quality of it that suggests that the world is not made yet. It's still being made. Our bodies are large and vast. Responsibility is territorial, not individual. Right, so it seems like we have carved out a space within this overwhelming sensoriality, and this space no longer serves. That's it. We're not seeking utopia. We're just dealing with the exhaustion, the increasing shrinkage of the room we're in, right? So when do we notice that the perpetrator is also perpetrated against, right? When do we notice that the more we ascribe evil to the people that are on the other side of the aisle, the more we shut down conversation, and the less we notice that they are also part of entangled algorithms that produce them. That when do we notice, for instance, that there's this beautiful work in post-humanist scholarship that suggests that sugar was a major actor in the transatlantic slave trade. It wasn't an object. It was actually an actor. It was on the stage, acting out. It's easy to reduce slavery to bad white people, but that's a humanist assignment, right? I want to broaden the scope a little bit and notice what are the material elements and agencies in the room when we consider that we are not alone in the universe. We have always been part of networks and assemblages that are more than human. That allows for new kinds of solidarities to form. And that is the opening I'm talking about.
Yeah, and these are the radical invitations. So thank you so much. I see we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I want to just quickly check and make sure we haven't got one or two last questions left. So
I think there was a really lovely comment from Virginia Farman. Thank you, Bayo. I appreciate the view of an entanglement of love, life, viruses, rubbish, hope and despair that you gave. And in terms of your son, your wife sounds very sensible and loving. Sent from another. Yeah. I think, Daniela, your question about what's in the room has been addressed.
I do agree. There is a beautiful question from Anna Laura, if we have time for that, to read it out.
Yeah.
Should we make this the last question? And yeah,
well, make it the last question. Melanie, if you can forgive me for skipping your question. But Melanie asks, what with that focus on the local, what kind of cracks are you finding? Maybe you can weave these two together. What kind of cracks are you finding in Chennai that you're allying with or finding potential for widening? But the other question is from Anna Laura. At this time, I'm being had by exhaustion as an amoral way of being, using language with you as a possibility to suspend activity of a humankind. So here's the question. Would you have any thoughts about ways of being with exhaustion in the face of the crisis?
Okay, I'll start with that question. So one of the sticky, resilient, energetic loads of our time is the narrative of productivity. That if we're not producing something, if we're not tending to our images on social media, if we're not out there, if we're not seeking greater visibility, if we're not enacting some form of solidarity, if we're standing upright, then we're doing the work. We're working out our salvation with fear and trembling, right? It's something theological about capitalist relations. So that exhaustion feels often like laziness, right? It often comes across as even pathological. In 2020, I heard for the first time about a lying down movement in China, I think, or Japan. Anyone heard about this? They call themselves, I think they're millennials, and is it Gen X or Gen Z? I really don't know how to parse these things, but millennials were involved. At least one millennial was involved, I think. And it is called a lying down movement. And it was like, we're just going to lie down. And lying down is a form of resistance, right? I think the Chinese government did not take too kindly to this movement, but it sprouted as a form of relations that was possible because of, and I think it was reinforced because of the pandemic. Like this zipping virus stole transversely through our cities, and some persons saw the world differently as a result of that transversal crossing. There was what was the thing with business again about people walking out in business? It had a name for it. Economists and Time magazine had it. I think it was the Great Resignation. The Great Resignation, they called it, right? Beyonce even sang about people quitting, like quit your jobs. Easy for her to say, but she sang about people quitting, that, yes, this is a thing to do right now. I'm trying to say here that when there's a transversal crossing of some kind, when assemblages meet, whether it's a virus and a city, something is curdled. Some monstrous crossroad comes up and new senses and sensibilities become possible or felt. The usual thing is to flatten it, return to normal, but this is, something that keeps coming up and up again. And our work is probably to surround that and make sanctuary with its passing. And to your question about Chennai, maybe I'll just elongate this stream of consciousness with pandemics and the city. During the pandemic, a couple of journalists heard about our practice of unschooling. Now, we don't send our kids to school. We practice something that may be variably called self-directed education or whatever. Read some Ivan Illich. We follow our kids as if they were philosophers, because they are. We listen to them as if they were wise, because they are. And so we created this space of play and magical tension and negotiating power and exploration and experimentation. And journalists heard about this, and two dailies sent their journalists to our house to interview my wife. And one of them asked, on separate occasions, so how do you keep your children productive? And my wife responded, the question I ask myself is how to keep them less productive. Right? Like their play is so immense that I'm not looking for how they can be more productive. I'm looking for how to reduce the tension without hurting them. That is our practice. We're constantly seeking ways to follow them. This is the reason why I cannot demarcate my practice, my work in the world from my family. They are my work in the world. One day I will not be known any longer, but they will remember me and I will hold them close and they will hold me close in that way. So I think that answers the question in some way, that our work is to stay with the trouble, to make sanctuary for the passing, and to see what happens from there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bayo. And actually, interesting, the kind of ideas that you discuss in there about time and time as a kind of commodity. It came up in one of our conversations yesterday as something that we need to consider, particularly on Western lens or Western kind of understanding of time as some kind of efficient model that we all need to adhere to. And you talked right at the beginning about in these urgent times of crisis, our first response should be to slow down. Yeah, so that's really important messaging. And for us to see that slowing down as a form of resistance where perhaps something creative might emerge.
Yes.
Yes, so much. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thanks for chairing, Michelle. Thank you, Bayo, for your wonderful presentation, talk, provocation. It's given us a lot to think about, and it just feels like a joy for you to share that work with us, and a blessing. So thank you so much. Thank you to the audience for all your thoughts and comments, and we'll continue those in the Padlet. But for now, if we say a big thank you to Bayo, we can clap, we can do, we'll Zoom, we'll wave, whatever you fancy, whatever you like. Great.
Thank you, Bayo.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to take a short break just to get away from the screens and prepare ourselves for 2:30. We have another conversation at 2:30, a short break, and then another conversation at 4, and then we close today's event at 5 o'clock with some final thoughts. So thank you all for being here. Do stay with us, stay with the trouble, and we'll catch you back here again online at 2:30.
Between other things. Thank you for being here. And I don't know how many of you were already here from earlier today. So we won't redo introductions as such. We will just jump into this conversation, which for this next hour between 2:30 and 3:30 will be with Thea, Stanton, Sandie, Bourne, and H2 Dance, who are Hanna, Gillgren, and Heidi Rustgaard. So thank you, all 4 of you, for being here. And I will just hand over to you in the order that I mentioned. I know that some of you may need to share screens and so on, so we're here to help. So we're going to start with Thea, and the invitation is to talk to us for about 10 minutes about your own practice and how you relate to questions around the Pluriverse. Thank you, Thea. Over to you.
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Daniela. Hello, everyone. My name is Thea. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a brown Indigenous woman in my mid-30s with mid-length dark hair, wearing a stripy jumper, and I've got quite a kind of husky, cold voice at the moment, so bear with me if I squeak at various times throughout this talk. So just to start with a little bit of context, my PhD working title is Choreographing Immersion, Negotiating Borders, Difference and Power. And I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes telling you a bit about this research, and then about some concerns that in current realizations of immersion that I hope my research is addressing, and then how both these areas might relate to themes of the Pluriverse. So nearly 20 years ago, I had my first immersive experience. Age 17, I went to see immersive theatre company Punchdrunk's production of Faust. Back then, immersion was, and in fact still remains, a multitudinous term with a different meaning for everyone. However, as a teenager who frequently felt on the outside, my understanding of this first immersive experience was as an opportunity to move from the edge of somewhere to become truly part of something. Immersive scholar Gareth White argues that the word immersion implies access to the inside of something, and my first immersive experience encapsulated this notion. I crossed over, I belonged. Feeling on the outside or on the borders is something I've always felt quite strongly with my dual heritage identity. I'm adopted. So my ethnic heritage is Chilean indigenous or Chilean Mapuche, and it's lovely to see other Chileans talk in this event. It's a rare and wonderful thing. So I'm Chilean indigenous, whilst my parents are white British. For most of my childhood, therefore, I was confused by a range of different borders manifesting in my body, negotiating my indigenous identity and the colour of my skin with my life of privilege within a white societal framework. So multiple sets of parents, multiple continents, multiple verses, we might say, and frontiers, all meeting and clashing on the site of my body. This border identity even manifested within my research. Back when I was first embarking on my PhD, when my brilliant supervisor, Vicky, asked where I positioned myself in relation to my work, I immediately answered on the border. So, whilst immersion initially served as a remedy against my exclusionary sense of being on the borders, my research and my perspective of immersion and borders radically shifted when I placed my own living body and heritage into the practice. And the person that enabled me to do this is feminist Chicana philosopher Gloria Anzaldúa, author of the seminal text Borderlands, La Frontera. Anzaldúa, drawing on her lived experience, constructs something called a mestiza consciousness, which means the mixed heritage Mexican-American borderland consciousness, as a dynamic new mythos capable of grappling with dualistic hegemonic structures by embracing the complexities of border experiences. So instead of characterizing borders as crossing from one side to another, Anzaldúa focuses on the potential of the liminal space between the two territories. She describes a border as the lifeblood between two worlds, merging to form a third, a border culture. And Anzaldúa puts forward the notion that borderlands, or this borderland thinking, has the potential to operate as a site to negotiate tensions found in difference. For her particular imagining of the term borderland, Anzaldúa creates the concept of Nepantla, which is an indigenous Mexican word for the space between two bodies of water. So, responding to Anzaldúa's borderland theory, my research now reimagines immersion not as a form that denies borders or breaks through borders or boundaries or crosses them. Instead, drawing on my own embodied borderland identity, I propose immersion as a practice or even maybe an interrelational process that is directly situated in the borderlands and that is rooted in border experiences. And I call this the immersive borderland. So I think in relation to this talk, I'm putting forward this conceptualization of the borderland as both an actual pluriverse in itself, but also perhaps one of many philosophical frameworks that can be used for both creating and talking about pluriverses. So before I delve into my own explorations of this immersive borderland, I just want to outline some concerns and challenges that I've identified in current forms of immersion that hopefully my conceptualization of borderlands and notions of the pluriverse help address. And I should say that whilst my research is personal, it really is very much aiming to speak to these industry-wide challenges. So the first area of concern is boundaries. What if we replace this idea of crossing or breaking borders between performer and audience with the word crossing boundaries or even personal boundaries? Suddenly the risks of immersion become painfully exposed. In her article, Immersive Theatre May Be Sexy, but We Need to Start Talking About Consent, Emma Bernal describes a one-on-one performance she experienced as an audience member where a male actor stripped in front of her. And certainly my least favourite moment of the Punch-Drunk production of Faust was being encouraged to slow dance with one of the actors in the ballroom setting who was probably unaware that I was just 17 years old at the time. As well as being a researcher and a performer, I used to work at the Independent Theatre Council, and through my work at ITC in the wake of Me Too, we had numerous complaints come in through from performers who've been approached inappropriately or harassed by overly emboldened audience members, and these performers quite justifiably felt that they'd not been protected properly to navigate the challenging, shifting situations that immersive productions and shifting boundaries can cultivate. So the second area of concern that I've identified is closed borders. So whilst a lot of immersive productions play with an elimination of borders between the performance and the audience, quite frequently the border between the real or outside world and the interior immersive fantasy world becomes very impermeable. Felix Barrett, artistic director of Punch Drunk, once said, "In terms of the bigger picture, how we shape responses, we are manipulative, and we're always trying to keep the lid closed so that no light from the real world enters in, literally and figuratively. Now, I understand the excitement of being in a fantasy or imaginary world that's completely all-encompassing and realistic. However, here's the problem. Even if, as an audience member or a performer, you're given a different character, even if you wear a white mask, as all audiences do in punch drunk shows, for example, you can never solely belong to the interior closed world of the performance, because bodies, or let's just say people, are always enmeshed in complex societal, cultural, interpersonal, historical, and political structures, what I term the embodied schema. And we can't be separated this. We are always of the world or of the pluriverse, and ignoring this fact can lead to some risky situations. This notion of being aware of different identities and bodies can also be applied to concerns around access. So a number of immersive productions I've attended have had elaborate large-scale sets which the audience are free to explore, except not everyone can. Having attended a multitude of immersive or promenade events with my father, who is a wheelchair user, I've had some small understanding of the limitations that these elaborate sets can bring with them to anyone who doesn't fit a very narrow universal concept of an able body. And likewise, extreme use of sound and lighting as immersive tools can also present challenges for neurodiverse people. Furthermore, if, as Adam Alston, an immersive scholar, states, immersive theatre is distinguished by the sensory acts that it demands of its audience, such as touching, being touched, tasting, smelling, and moving, surely one has to be mindful of the individuals one is touching. It's not the audience engaging in sensory acts. It's different people with different lived experiences, different cultures. It's the pluriverse. So looking at these bodily encounters in immersion through a feminist and post-colonial lens, there are important questions relating to corporeal experiences that need to be asked. To quote the brilliant Sara Ahmed, how does this inter-embodiment involve the social differentiation between bodily others? Meaning, if difference is not acknowledged and embedded in the immersive practice, then how can one truly negotiate and care for the boundaries of the individuals passing through the immersive landscape? So how does one address these areas? Well, with 10 minutes, we don't really have time to delve in depth into answers or necessarily go into my research into the immersive borderland in depth. So I thought what I was going to do is I'm going to leave you with 4 provocations that perhaps we can all ponder together. So firstly, my first kind of provocation and thought is, how might we soften and extend the borders of the creative works we make to allow for multiple modes of entry and engagement? I can pop these in the chat as well. My second provocation is, how might we extend pluriversal or borderland thinking to all of our practice, not just the fun creative part, but the activism, or also the contracting, the dignity at work, the risk assessments, and the fair pay? My third provocation is, as makers, what is our positionality and responsibility in the pluriverses that we are constructing or part of? So for the development of my role as choreographer at the immersive borderland, I'm unpacking Gloria Anzaldua's concept of Nepantlera, which is kind of a thresholder, a guardian of Nepantla, of the borderlands. And she described, she says of Las Nepantleras that they must alter their mode of interaction, make it more inclusive, open, in a to and fro motion. They shift from their customary position to the reality of first one group, then the other. Though tempted to retreat behind racial lines or simplistic conceptualizations of identity, Las Nepantleras know their work lies in positioning themselves, exposed and raw, in the cracks in between these worlds. And finally, my fourth provocation is a conceptualization that really helped me enable a plurality of experiences in my immersive borderland was a reframing of immersion as a process. And this realization was greatly supported by Indigenous epistemology. So similarly, I put forward the question, is the pluriverse a process? Is there such a thing as pluriversing? I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for listening to me today. And thank you so much to Vicky, Michelle, and Daniela for inviting me here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thea, for this really inspiring provocation, and also for the generosity of kind of offering questions that really will inform and invite the discussion. So could I ask you, whilst we switch to the next presenter, if you could put those questions in the chat, and perhaps also what I'm sure would be useful for everybody, any of those references that you feel are key for your theorizations that you'd be happy to share, they would be great. Thank you so much. And while you do that, we're going to move on to Sandie. Sandie, thank you for joining us as well. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Let me just start with the share and get that sorted out first, because okay. Okay. Oh dear.
Trying to share your screen.
Yeah.
So have you got the green button in the middle at the bottom that goes? Yeah.
Hold on. Me and technology are not friends.
Oh no. I'm also not also one in not in the right circle either.
The sound. I can't even find it now. It's all set up all day and now I can't find it.
You can't find your slides.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's see. See if this works now. Aha, there we go. Share sound. Slideshow. Can everybody see that?
We can see that. It's not on slide. Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Hello everyone. Thank you for joining me in this presentation. So just to let you know, my name is Dr. Sandie Bourne, and I am a Black woman of Caribbean descent. I am wearing glasses. I am coordinated with pink and black. I've got a spotted cardigan. I've got pink earrings. I have a black and pink necklace. My background, I'm in my bedroom with a screen covering up everything. I look like I'm in a spa because that's how I want to feel. It's an illusion. And I am in my Hawaii 5-0s. So just to give you that bit politeness. So yeah, so I'm going to just tell you a bit about my research and the project, and I'm going to go quite quickly because I want to make sure I get everything in. So first of all, it's just an icebreaker. I just want you to put in the chat, can you name a Black ballet dancer? So if you can think of a Black dancer, and put that in the chat. I can't see the chat at the moment. Anyway. And then I want you to write down a Black British ballet dancer. The name of the Black British ballet dancer. Okay. So for my PhD, I was looking at the underrepresentation of Black dancers in British ballet. So my thesis was Black British ballet, race representation and aesthetics. I'm not going to get into any theoretical concepts because it will be here all day. So I'm just going to go briefly about some of the areas that I researched. So I looked at the early historical representations of Black people in narrative ballet repertoire to see like how they were represented. And then I looked at the Black dancing body, well, the Black body and the Black dancing body, and see how it's perceived. And then I looked at exploring why Black dancers were excluded from ballet. So again, I won't be able to go into that today. And Black dancers in British ballet and their experiences. So what I found was some of the conclusions I came back from my research in 2017 was that Black dancers were othered, just some of the key concept words, racialized, stereotyped, blackface, and this was all under the institutional racism practices of organizations. Right. So looking forward, currently, there are seven out of 228 dancers working today in the big three companies are Black British. Now, for this project, I was inspired. So the Black British Ballet Project is based on my research, which specialises on the historic underrepresentation of Black professionals in British Ballet Institution, flourished into creation of the Black British Ballet Project, managed by Oxygen Arts, a creative production agency that specialises in targeting and working with diverse communities. So the 2021 Black Lives Matter protests have demonstrated that societies and institutions across the globe still have significant work to do to eradicate racism and achieve lasting equality. The arts are no different, and British cultural institutions are facing increasing pressure to re-examine their past, to acknowledge and remove the multiple barriers to improve representation and diversity. Aims. So the Black British Ballet Project aims to highlight and reinsert the presence and experiences of Black people in British ballet by creating a website, film, and a suite of resources and events to share their hidden stories from the past with dance practitioners and global majority communities. This will include international professionals working largely in British ballet companies, as well as British professionals working abroad. For the purpose of this project, we are focusing on individuals from the African diaspora, whether they be from the Caribbean, South America, or the US, or Africa. So we're at the moment, we have partnerships with, we're supported by the English National Ballet, Birmingham Royal Ballet, and the Royal Ballet, which, you know, back in the day when I was trying to do research, I was knocking on doors and nobody wanted to talk to me. But this is just amazing now that we're all working together on this project. So Oxygen Arts is working in close partnership with these organisations to ensure that we do justice to the important contributions made by Black professionals to ensure institutions and to Black British ballet, and to help them recognise and profile, give them the profile that they deserved. So, so we've done quite a few events. So this is a picture of Ben Love, Brenda Garrett Glassman, and Chevelle Daynott. And we did a panel discussion, which was kindly held by the English National Ballet. We also have done a panel at Birmingham Royal Ballet with Julie Felix, Adam James, Mark Eli, and Tyrone Singleton, and that was the 25th of February 2022. We've also done workshops with Vincent Hanton. We've done a round table with Serendipity, Let's Dance International Festival 2022. We've also had workshops with Phoenix in Leeds, October 2022. And we also have, what we're trying to do is dive in change in British ballet, and we're trying to bring in ballet to diverse communities. How long have I got?
About a couple of minutes.
Sorry?
1 or 2 minutes.
Oh gosh. Okay, so achievements, I'm going to go really quickly. So we launched a children's book, which is Honestary and the Ballet Queen, and currently do workshops up and down throughout the UK in libraries to children and schools. We've also done a ballet. We did a Windrush tour last year. We did about 14 places, including the Royal Opera House. And yeah, and we're touring that again this year. And also we have we launched our new website, Black British Ballet. So you can look at all interviews and everything like that. Right, so I'm just going to play this quickly. Have I got time or not?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. This example of some of the work that we do.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Love, Artistic Director of Ballet Soul and choreographer. I originally was from Kenya, East Africa. I came over to England when I was 10 years old. We moved to Derbyshire. At that time, obviously, there was no like dance or ballet, but I would love dancing anyway in Africa. I love dance. I met a girl who was a dancer, and she said to me, would you like to go to see a ballet company called Dance of Vahla? I go, okay, let's go. The curtain opened, and there were like 20 guys on stage. The energy and the movements and the passion and the music was like, wow, it just knocked me back. So I decided, I want to do this. I've got to do this. And I think what made me, it was the athleticism of their bodies. And it reminded me when I was in Kenya with the Maasai, and he would go through our village, but he would stop for water. To say thank you, he would do a little dance. So that elevated to me going onto the stage and seeing these guys jump up and then landing with that grace. And I thought, 1 and 1 is 2. So I thought, and that, I think if I would have gone and seen a romantic ballet like Swan Lake, or I don't think I'd have done ballet.
Okay, let's see. So in regards to just last one, oops, sugar, sorry. So we're almost there to the end, and
You're okay, don't worry.
I'm just done that. In regards to Pluriverse, we just want for the Black British Ballet, we just want a seat at the table, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandie. And sorry if you felt that you had to rush.
That's okay.
We are kind of embracing, whilst looking at the clock, and also embracing a certain kind of slowness and staying with things. So I hope you didn't feel that you couldn't, go into things the way that you wanted to, but obviously we're together for more than another half an hour, and there will be time for discussion and questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
If there are any links that you feel you can put in the chat to share with people, meanwhile, before the conversation, that would be amazing. Thank you. And I will now turn to Heidi and Hanna, and I know that they're calling in from 2 different screens, and that Hanna will be sharing the presentation from hers. So I can see Heidi, but I can't. There she is. There is Hanna.
So I'll try and share once.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yes. Perfect. Over to you both.
Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for the presentations. They're great. So my name is Hanna, and Hanna Gillgren, and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a middle-aged, I think it's middle-aged, 50 plus, 50 and a bit, white woman. I am wearing a black sort of polo neck and a pink vest. I've got light brown, half long hair and blue eyes. And yes, that's it.
Hello, thank you for this invitation. My name is Heidi Rustgaard, and I use the pronouns she, her. I'm a Norwegian, also middle-aged white woman with light red mullet haircut. I'm wearing a black polo net jumper and round glasses.
And since 2000, Heidi and I have worked together as H2 Dance, as performers, choreographers, and curators. And we've been working between Sweden and Norway and UK primarily. And we also both lecture in dance practice and choreography at the University of Roehampton and at Trinity Laban, respectively.
So we are fascinated with the meetings of differences, and we explore how we can negotiate hierarchy, conformity, power, and manipulation. Our work is often informed by workshops and conversations with people of different ages and backgrounds. And these encounters influence and inform the ideas and the aesthetics of our work.
So taking our own collaboration as starting points, our work often explores our sort of two distinct and quite different characters and voices, agreeing to coexist and to disrupt each other during process and performance. And we recently started to talk about our practice as transdisciplinary rather than interdisciplinary, to sort of creating work that conceptualize knowledge in terms of process and ongoingness, sorry.
Together, we make works for both the gallery and theatre spaces and aim to extend, explore, and to shape the choreographic practice by connecting with various knowledges, working off score as a queering and destabilizing move. Across our projects, we try to establish spaces that introduce alternatives and pluriversalities, confusing and destabilizing hierarchical forms, which are not aimed at finding resolution, but as an opening of new horizons. We seek to open a space that encourages active listening, practicing responding rather than repeated prepared answers and gestures.
Currently, we're busy with a series of works that it's called Amplified Edition. And this series seeks to queer the relationship between body, sound, and space, activating and recentering choreographic material that's otherwise situated in the background or hidden from view. Amplified Edition assembles objects, bodies, and sounds in a dynamic and disruptive interplay, avoiding fixed positions and encouraging the material to coexist, to lead, to follow, to listen and dance and sing together. And depending on the spatial arrangement, the choreographic elements can converge, disperse, interconnect, and give rise to new forms of entanglements and relationships and logics.
The work intentionally resists crystallizing into any recognizable form, but instead opt for an adaptable choreographic universe of sound, movement, and objects that purposefully disrupt established norms and relationships. We employ the term queer to signify a deliberate disruption of conventional categories. Echoing Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, queer offers an open mesh of possibilities, which is articulated by Jose Esteban Munoz, is imbued with potentiality.
Fest is an international festival of expanded choreographic practice that Heidi and I initiated and piloted in 2018. And the festival presents UK and Nordic works, a work that sort of is presented across dance, performance, writing, and visual arts. And Fest invites audiences, artists, and curators to spend time together for performance, discursive events, social gatherings, and parties. The choice of artists in Fest evokes new experiences and expands choreography. What it can be, how it can move, and how it moves other things. By twisting and turning, we continue to place the festival in new relations and in new sites, enabling different entanglements and troubling current choreographic definitions. It's as much about curating choreography as choreographing the curatorial.
As an artist-run festival, Fest tries to think with choreographic knowledges. So in this way, it allows for movement to take place and shift structures and to give space to other logics and the pluriversal. The entanglements of various voices, practices, and perspectives such as queer, crip, and neurodivergence. Since the start, we have developed other strands. And they are Fest Youth, which is a curatorial project for and with young people. Fest Lab, which is a strand of Fest that aims to dig deeper into expanded choreographic and curatorial practices and to create space in which to share, reflect, and imagine alongside one another. In 2022, we were selected to develop the Perform Europe project, Feminist Futures, towards anti-racist and intersectional stages in collaboration with 7 European partners. The long-term aim of this project was to collaborate and to platform and promote queer, feminist, decolonial and human-centered artist-led initiatives across Europe. This year will be our 5th edition of the festival, which takes place in Deptford, London, in June, with satellite events in Colchester and Faversham.
Why Fest and Fest? So Fest and Fest was born out of a dissatisfaction with dancers' focus on choreography as production. Instead, we wanted to value the social, the choreography of being together, hanging out together, and the artist. Fest and Fest thinks with choreography and its potential to open up for other kinds of structures, processes, and knowledges. It seeks to rehearse new relationships, choreographing future models for producing, presenting, congregating, and aiming to create gaps and breathing spaces.
We entered into the field of curation from a place of urgency. Not only for us, but also many of our colleagues, it had become critical to address what we found missing from the field of dance and choreography in the UK. We had noticed the artist's voice often absent from significant decision-making processes, few spaces available to artists in the expanded field, both to produce and to present work, a lack of gathering spaces for artists in London, and little exchange between the UK, the Nordic countries, and the rest of Europe.
And last year's Fest and Fest Lab was centered around the convivial as a way to think and experiment with questions around networks, relations, ecosystems, and infrastructures. We curated a week of studio and dinner conversations where we invited artists and curators of dance and performance from the UK and the Nordic countries.
We see the convivial as an opening up for ways to think together about the value of social space, as zones of mutuality and social interaction, and a room where new knowledge might emerge through the practice of being together. We think there is power in a group coming together to support, to have fun, to be silly and test ideas and sometimes fail in supportive environments. It encourages us to move, to stay in the bend and become mischief makers. This allows us to develop additional sets of tools that resist mainstream interests, insisting on the other and the strange according to responsive, flexible and unfixed trajectories. Thank you for listening. This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you both, Heidi and Hanna, for taking us through your work together and what drives you. Really fascinating. So we're joining in discussion now, back with Thea and Sandie, and thinking about the different angles that the presentations have taken. I just wonder whether we might want to, of course, there will be questions in the chat I haven't fully followed, whether I was wondering about borders, which, you know, as a kind of theme and concept and, you know, material entity that was introduced by Thea, whether that could also be a thread that helps us weave together the conversation. I'm thinking about border and borderland as this third space that can enable the discovery of new forms of identity that Thea was talking about. I'm also thinking about Sandie's kind of talking about institutions and how they are closed off and they have borders that look and feel like barriers and therefore gates that need to be opened through, you know, learning how to get through, be invited in and so on. And for Heidi and Hanna, the idea of borders between disciplines, the idea of borders between choreographing and curating, the idea of borders between what we understand as dance and choreography and what isn't, what is allowed within certain spaces and what is missing, and all of those territories that are uncertain, but that we want to open up. So there is this idea of kind of wanting the border to be more than just a line, to be more than something that we just want to get through. You know, can the border be something that we want to inhabit in a generative, exciting, new way? So I suppose that is my invitation for where the conversation might go, but please, I think it is Michelle helping me out with the questions.
Actually, Thea at the end of her presentation provided a series of different kind of starting point provocations that she wanted to kind of pose to the rest of the group. So I don't know whether we could use that as a place to begin this conversation. And Thea, if it's okay with you, I thought we'd go to the last of your concerns, which was this notion that the pluriverse is a process. Yeah, and I wondered if you wanted to just talk a little bit about that, and then we'll maybe hear some responses.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of thinking about it in a process is partly what I do to think about my positionality in creating spaces and the level of control that I exert over spaces, which I think is kind of questions around who's in control of those spaces, who dictates what those spaces should look like and feel like. And I suppose as a counter to that, which can lead to quite a kind of single visioned, not necessarily inclusive space, I'm grappling with this idea of process, which in turn then slightly ruptures, not in a bad way, but my position within this creating of a world. So I suppose that's why I said process. But I also think that there is a sense of, again, I've been thinking about kind of the activism within my practice and how there is kind of a desire to move forward, a yearning, a kind of a pushing forward into something else than what we have. And I think I kind of identify that with a processing, a dreaming, something in. So that's kind of where I'm at with that thinking. I don't know if any of my fellow panelists have similar feelings about that, or perhaps different experiences.
And Thea, that's really helpful, that kind of discuss yesterday in one of the conversations with Katya, this idea about the horizon being something we kind of move towards, but also is a sense of kind of, it's a praxis for people, became something that felt quite central to those discussions yesterday. Thea's invitation to everybody else is whether this idea that, because if we think pluriversal and think about how we're enmeshed and entangled in a world of others, are we always operating in a kind of process of trying to discover this? And does that kind of resonate with what you're kind of proposing with your own work and experiences?
I mean, if I can just, responding to Thea's, the idea of process, I think, has been on my mind for a long time, because that's such a, I guess, making work always felt very production focused, a little bit what Heidi and I was mentioning in our talk, and this idea that you churn out the product, you perform it, and then you need to come up with something new, you perform it, you need to come up with something new, you perform it. So there was something about staying with the process and allowing the process to be the product, or allowing the process to be the presentation, or everything being the process. So in that sense, I really relate to this, I guess, idea of ongoingness and something that's never fixed, something that's never, kind of rooted as such. But I think also, just a second thought on that for me is this idea of that we often as artists work in such silos. I think we're sort of so isolated, which I think I feel that partly Fest and Fest really tried to initiate this sense of meeting, and really, again, this idea of meeting of difference and spending time with people, with difference, spending time with different type of makers, different type of nationalities, different, to really kind of sit in that. I don't know, that just reflections that came out of listening to you.
Yeah, and any other further comments? Well, we've got a couple more questions and also someone who's got a hand up and would like to speak. I'm just wondering whether anyone wants to
I wonder
add
whether
anything.
Sandie wants to pick up on the question around borders and around the process. You don't have to, but if you feel...
Yeah, so sorry, I live in Brixton and there's helicopters around.
Oh wow!
So I just don't know if you can hear me. I was just kind of thinking, oh, shall I grab for the earphones, or is it going to be okay? So forgive me for the
no, we can't
switching.
hear the background.
You can't hear it. Okay,
No.
okay. Regarding borders, oh my gosh, there's so many different levels of borders when you're I don't say a person of color. I hate that as a Black person. I hate that word, but a person of color. You know, where do you start? You know, you start. It's from the bottom. It's in all institutions within the education system. You know, from my perspective, what I'm doing, you know, I've seen on every level from my research, from the children up to parenting to professionalism. It goes on, and then you know you look at the repertoire, and then you're looking at, you know, the audience and who's coming to the audience. And in regards to those barriers can be broken, you know, those gatekeepers are there, and we have to change, say we, not we. People have to change their perceptions. I don't like we because, you know, no, I say we because there are, you know, I even get sometimes the backlash from, I should say backlash, but if you know my terminology, in regards to other people from the African diaspora dance, and they say, what, you're doing ballet? Why are you doing ballet? Who does ballet? You know, you get that, and you get, you know, even, I know you get it in different genres, but anybody should be able, from my perspective, anybody else should be able to do ballet. And in regards to the future, it's about presenting voices, new, you know, different voices, different stories, in order to have, you know, to be part of the Pluriverse, and, you know, to have that connectivity. Everybody's got a story to tell. So I don't know, probably went off. That's my answer only for that. I don't know if it helped.
Thank
That
you.
was great.
Going
Thank
up is fine because we are working with the borders and expanding and extending. Thank you. There are some other questions in the chat, and we also have a hand up.
Yeah, should we invite, is it Vitalija? I hope I've pronounced your name correctly there. Apologies if I haven't.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
okay.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question to all of you. How would your practice look in the light of the presentation of Bayo Akomolafe? I think he is very radical. He really, at least how I understand him, he invites to step away from this productive, capital, industry-driven scene, and to go into a kind of own life, and to through the practices, this skills that we have to address these cracks that we have in our closest environments, like families or kids or parents or some other issues in our neighborhood. So let's not think about money now, but how would you transform your practice, thinking in this very fluid and porous way, and even, addressing all other beings as subjects, like, you know, animals and plants, taking this post-humanist multi-species dimension. So what would be your desires in reflection of Bayo Akomolafe's speech?
Thank you for that question, to link us back to Bayo's talk. My understanding, if I may say, is that it's not an either or, but more an and. So all of these different dimensions needn't be seen as something that cannot exist without the other, but, you know, I'll open up to Thea or Heidi and Hanna or Sandie, whoever wants to respond first.
Could you say a few more words about the talk, because I wasn't there for the
Oh,
for Bayo's
sorry.
talk? Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point we took for granted. That so if first of all, if somebody was here during Bayo's talk and you feel that you can respond, it was a very rich invitation to kind of think about the ways in which we respond to the crisis are part of the crisis itself, and that therefore the problem can be the solution and the solution can be the problem, and kind of turning things on their head to understand how we often look for the problem in wrong places and react to the crisis by perpetrating the very kind of processes and attitudes that produce the crisis itself. And it was also talking about the integration and interrelation and inevitable entanglement between the professional and political and activist life and the family life, the being a father and a husband and part of a community, and how all of the different aspects of life and work have sort of been separated in a way that doesn't allow us to return to a more genuine, I want to say, way of being with of the multiplicity of who we are, the plurality of who we are. So there was a lot there, and responding to all of it is possible. But Thea, do you feel that you can?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting question, and I should say, kind of alongside my own research more broadly, I'm very interested in abolition work and border abolition, feminist border abolition work, and something that's happening there as a tool, as a methodology for kind of addressing what feels like a very overwhelming, disillusioning reality is science fiction writing. And I'm beginning to realize that in order to kind of go beyond myself, go beyond the constraints of reality, that it seems in that talk, he spoke about how kind of finding processes can actually bring us back to the problem. In order to escape from that loop, I've been having to kind of take myself out of reality completely and just going back to this idea of horizon thinking, of yearning, and almost kind of leaving this universe to go to another universe, to think of kind of concepts or structures that are beyond what we have in the current systems in order to bring them back. I don't know if it's working. This is a brand new thing I'm trying out, but it was a kind of breakthrough to realize that I didn't always have to find my solutions in this world or in the current constraints of this world. And I find this kind of science fiction writing for social justice. You get it with solar punk as well in climate crisis research. There's solar punk writing, which is science fiction writing for kind of imagining more sustainable futures, etc. And I don't know, I think that's to go to a different universe, I think is an interesting thing to do.
If I can add, I think one of the approaches that being suggested by Erin Manning, who is also a choreographer, it's really about slowing down, which is different from productivity and acceleration, and paying attention to what is around in many, maybe very small radius, and then working with these materials. So it's really about zooming in basically at very, very different scale. I don't know if you have any experiences also on this ecologies of attention that choreography, I think, can offer, and there are lots of potential there.
Yeah, this is, I guess, what sort of was driving the project around conviviality for us also in the festival, which is also thinking, well, give the same value to the spaces in between the events, so between performances in the festival, but also thinking of spaces between production also as work, and the convivial space is also a workspace. It's also a choreographic space, but it's also a space that allows you to kind of operate in a different mode also, which is less, well, it's not outcome focused in that sense. That also can slow things down, and you can also slide in and out of focus on something into more kind of private spheres. And yeah, so it's in a way, I think the convivial, which can operate in different ways, I guess, can be a space for slowing down, rethinking, and also, yeah, shifting practices, but also a space to practice responding. I think this is, for me, very important in how can we continue to respond to the environment that we are working within, and also open up space for others, I guess, within that. But it's not about the pressure to produce something always, but it's more about staying in the becoming, or staying in becoming, which is, like, for me, is related to queering also, but also, I guess, something that's come up earlier about Donna Haraway, staying with the trouble, in a way. It's about insisting on something, insisting on the spaces in between as spaces of value.
Brilliant. Thank you, Heidi. And also, a lot of this resonates with what came from Ashish Kothari this morning, in this morning's presentation, about, who also was talking about this idea that work and relaxation, are not necessarily in opposition, and it's only if we construct them like that that we will live them like that, so we can relax whilst working in some conditions that unfortunately have become rarer and rarer. So how do we reclaim those spaces where this dichotomies don't dominate what we do and how we do things?
Daniela, Vicky had a question about
yes, I can see
that might be.
Would you like to read it out?
Yeah, I didn't know whether you wanted to come on mic there, Vicky, or whether you're happy for me to read your question out.
Which question am I allowed? I've stuck a couple in there.
It was about what the
gaps.
contributors might perceive to be the gaps that might exist in what we're doing. Yeah, because we've talked a lot about blind spots and gaps, and Heidi, I know it's something that you've referred to when you were talking about your practice. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about that. I think that's what you're asking, Vicky.
Yeah, it was about what was lacking really in, you mentioned UK choreography dance making, this sort of rush towards a product. And you have mentioned about that it's process that interests you, but I just wondered if there was other gaps that you perceive in the UK choreographic dance making world.
There are many gaps in a way. But well, I'm also thinking about gaps. Is gaps something that we need to fill, or is gaps something that should stay as gaps? That was just a thought that came into my head right now. But I guess setting up the festival. Yeah, Hanna, you want to go?
No. Just, this gap, I guess, for me, and the setting up the festival that Heidi was just going to mention, is this. There was a lack of really performing our work. Like, our work was not being picked up anywhere. Like, we were sort of struggling to get gigs, and we realized that there was a whole load of sort of experimental or work that maybe necessarily didn't use dance or dancing as choreographic, that was not touring in perhaps performed in London, but not really going out. So, and then that space also sort of stopped to exist. The London spaces to perform perhaps experimental, intertransdisciplinary work, or work that was, maybe was different in form. So I think that was a big gap for us. It was like, where do we actually present our work, which I think was also one of the reasons why the festival kind of came about.
But it was also a realization that we had the capacity, we had an opportunity to set something up, partly because we operate between countries, so we also can access funding in other places, which allows us to access more money here because we have good partnership funding potential. and also teaching in institutions that feels kind of close to the outside world, but there's a possibility of opening up the institution for people who are not already in it by accessing space. Because that, I think, also is a gap or a lack in a way to access spaces to make the kind of work that you want to make. And there's not, for example, if you make work in a theatre space, for the theatre space, there's very little time you can spend in the theatre before your premiere. But usually you have the day of the show. So to work out, to be able to work with other elements than just placing the bodies into the space, but actually thinking about other kinds of materiality as material for your work, you will also need access to other kinds of spaces. So how can we open, how do we open these spaces up? Which I guess is related to borders also in a way. Also, there's a border there.
And Daniela, I can see we've just got a couple of minutes left, and I wonder whether we can go back to one of Thea's kind of provocations that she posed at the beginning, if that would be okay, just for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure. Unless there was anything urgent from our presenters as a kind of closing or final provocation.
Yeah. What Thea had asked in her second question was about the responsibility that people have within the Pluriverse. So I suppose if we kind of agree that we're all enmeshed and entangled in one another's lives, and that we were attempting to carve out kind of space for our own individual interests and explorations, but by doing that, we then affect and impact others. And your question, Thea, is what is your responsibility, or what is our responsibility within that space? And I don't know whether you want to start first, Thea, and then perhaps we could hear from others.
Oh, gosh, I'm regretting that provocation now.
It seemed really juicy, which is why I just thought we have to go back to that.
Yeah. I guess for me, a lot of it is about taking up space. Am I taking up space to bring others with me or to connect others, or am I taking up space, I suppose, at the expense of other people? That is something I think about a lot. And when in a role of a creator or an instigator or a producer, or even a scholar who is putting out a particular kind of perspective, how am I holding that power that I have, I suppose, is things. I answered that question with more questions, but I hope that's okay.
Yes, a work in progress to work out the responsibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, and any thoughts from other presenters?
Well, there's lots to think around holding power. I think also in a way switching. Well, we try not to think about the role of curator as a switching from choreography into curation, though, of course, it's one thing that we are thinking, and there's also how do other people perceive you from the outside. So if you rename yourself, you also enter kind of into a different power relationship, potentially with other artists. So I guess that's something we really try to practice, is to be next to rather than in a kind of hierarchical structure with the artists that we invite, but of course we also invite people. So we're also making a choice in the invitation. And how do we keep this invitation as a response to what's happening in the field? So it's not just about our own aesthetic, but also it's responding to the urgencies in the field, which is also difficult, I think, because we also come from our own perspective on that. And I think it's important to acknowledge that we can only come from our own perspective. Committing to learning and staying in the process, but also one comes from a place that is also difficult to step out of. So it's kind of practicing, continuing to step over and beyond and move beyond.
Mm-hmm. That's so very true. The urgency is relative. What's urgent for one may not be so urgent for somebody else, and it depends on how close we are to the fire and which fire and how many fires. Sandie.
Have I got time to say something?
Yes, absolutely.
I just feel an urgency for me, for the project that I'm doing, is to document those voices, that legacy, because so many times it's been represented on the television as someone will come on TV and say, oh, this person was the first Black ballet dancer in 2020. And all that legacy, if I don't document it, I have an urgency that I have to document these people as soon as possible, so that the present generation and the future generation don't feel like they are the only one. Yeah. So that's my sense of responsibility to past and current and future generations.
Yeah, and it's fantastic work to give voice to that, Sandie. So fantastic work.
So thank you to all of our presenters, to Thea, to Sandie, to Hanna and Heidi, for being in conversation with us and bringing their provocations and talking to us about your practice. It really has contributed to our thinking through and with and alongside the Pluriverse of dance. Thank you to Michelle for helping curating the questions. We have a break now for about half an hour until 4, when we then have our final conversation of today. So we will switch our screens off for a little bit so that we move away from the screens. But thank you once again. Can we all say thank you to our presenters and to everybody who has come with questions and comments, both with their voices and with their typing in the chats. We're trying to document all of that in the Padlet, so please do go back there, and we will put again a link in the chat during the break. Stay with us if you can until 5:30 today. So just a little break now, and see you shortly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, so just a reminder for those who are arriving that we are recording for our research purposes. If you are an audience member and you really don't wish to be recorded, then do keep your camera off. Also, we have captioning, if you need captions, down at the bottom of your screen where it says more, you've got 3 dots and you can turn on audio captioning there as well. And we're bang on 4 o'clock now. So welcome to the final leg of our marathon that has been Dancing Otherwise, Exploring Pluriversal Practices. I'm Vicky Hunter. I'm the project lead for the network, working in close collaboration with Daniela Perazzo, Michelle Elliott and Julia Pond. You've got their cameras on and you'll see them at the top there. We're going to enter into our final panel in a minute, just to let you know what's happening. The panelists will speak for about 10 minutes each. We'll exchange ideas. We'll invite questions from the audience, from the attendees. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to move towards our closing remarks, which will be the project leads and facilitators coming back together to reflect on the full day and a half's events that we've been through, with keynote speakers, with guest presenters, with provocations, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to stop talking. And again, it's up to the presenters how you'd like to introduce yourselves, whether you'd like to do a visual description or whether you'd like to just say how you're feeling at this moment in an embodied manner, whatever feels right and meaningful to you. So we're going to start in the order that we've got people listed here. So we'll start with Athina with your 10 minutes. And we're all spotlighted, but I might just unspotlight the others for now. And so that you can have pride of place. Over to you, Athina.
You need to unmute yourself, Athina. Okay.
Thank you very much for having me with you. It has been overwhelmingly enriching and emotionally stimulating the day to day. And I'm running out of words. Please stop me though if I run over because it's been so, what's happening is creates so much effect in me that I feel a little bit lost. I'm a middle-aged European white woman and originally Greek, blonde, covering gray hair. I carry a lot of nervous energy. Behind me there is a globe, that's my favorite object. And I feel deeply appreciative and grateful to people that are amongst you that I know for many years and formed communities or community that I hold dear. In front of me there is so many scribbles and I find difficult to put in a kind of a universe that makes sense, but I'll try my best. I'm an artist, a teacher and a researcher that have been working for 30 years, UK based, but also traveled and experienced many countries and worldviews and created work and lived in South Africa for 8 years, also Japan, Mexico, and recently had a shorter visit in Australia. My work lies in the intersection between dance, theatre, live art, and sports, and it is interdisciplinary. And I feel it keeps evolving alongside people I meet on the way and think together. There is something that for me is important. The way of being is being in the world. I find difficult to intellectualize the idea of being, and being is doing and being with, and being trying to be with people who work towards some kind of merit and contribution to the world, but at the same time getting easily lost and feeling constantly caught like a monkey that drops from trees, and then there is a lot of plantation that keeps the monkey bouncing and then runs to different families. Families that together are working something. So is this between nowhere, somewhere, and going somewhere? In the early days of my practice, the early years of my practice, I created a lot of choreographic works that one can say in quotations that were quite autocratic. As a theater maker, I worked with many teams of people, and in small works or in larger site-specific projects. And it was because of these people and the way we thought together that actually these projects happened. So like we carry, one can say, our families and ancestors. So for me as an artist, carrying all these spirits and people, no matter where I am or go, is very important because these relationships have been forming. The notions I always negotiated in work is this idea of thrownness. And I think here things for me become more specific. We are thrown into the world, and maybe sometimes in bodies, places, with families we didn't choose. And then the choice, the action of choice for me begins there. How do we throw off our thrownness? And this, how do we throw off throwness, and how do we navigate power relationships and conflict has been the main drive and idea that was featured in works I had created. When I found myself in South Africa years later, away from the UK, I actually happened to be part of a more plural, wider thinking, and had to navigate in some world I had no idea how to and where I was lost. But I put myself through that in order to understand something about humanity, my humanity, and how people think. The concept that drove all this time the works and the way it's something that from my Greek background always I carry as part of my bearing, is the notion of agon. Agon in Greek is for struggle, contest, tension, the gaps, friction, the way we struggle. And from a kind of solitary work, this notion expanded into a whole landscape and communities I worked with there and became part of. So I want to bring an example and a quick example of a work I created that is about boxing, a work that took a very slow turn of 7 years to understand boxing as the winning body over the, not over, but alongside the body of the dancer that is about make meaning. A created event as part of more events that created collusions of communities coming on stage. And I did that as a part of larger team where athletes boxed, dancers danced, academics talked, and in rounds of 2 minutes, scientists measured, auctioneers auctioned works about wrestling and boxing to donate to communities, or in one event in one space. And this for me was an idea of bringing incompatible things together and not creating something, but make things happen and create a kind of awkwardness and a sense of defamiliarization for the audience to experience and talk and discuss and come together through this activation of disconnection and awkward differences to create connections. And that mess, it was just for me this syncretic world of clashes of different worlds together. I was part of. So I don't know how best to deal with things that are happening and things that can be divisive, or plurality, other than maybe also accepting some things in our nature and bringing them together in our practice, and maybe stage them somehow in order to provoke conversations and questions about how we are and how we can go further. How long do I have?
You have 1 minute.
Nowadays, I see much more, try to see the space and the widened space rather than the tensions between spaces. And this is hard work, but what I'm trying to do and what I heard many people talking about together is taking time and listening deeper, listening wider. I want to finish with something that I encountered lately. Socrates saying of to know oneself, to understand who we are, has not been a thing about individuals and about understanding more the internal landscape and getting to know oneself, but actually understand one's place, our place in the world, and how best to serve this, and what is our best function to be with others and think with others in order to offer something. And I'm still looking for it, and that's how. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Athina. That was really eloquently put. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so please do put your questions in the chat or your comments or observations, and we will save all the comments until the end. Stefan, I'm going to spotlight you and give you the space. Over to you.
Super. Thank you, Vicky. And thank you for the invitation to be here today. So my name is Stefan Jovanovic. My pronouns are he and they, and I identify as genderqueer and neurodivergent. Today I'm wearing a black turtleneck and a blue and black jacket. I have an ornate hat on my head, some pink earrings, a bit of makeup, some nail polish, some rings, bangles, and I'm currently speaking from my study in London, surrounded by various colorful things to look at. So in the 10 minutes that I have, I'd love to share a little bit more about myself. I will show you 2 excerpts of recent live works, and I'll try to delve into this notion of pluriverse. My artistic practice sits at the intersection of performance, writing, installation art, sculpture, and healing. I'm a first-generation immigrant from the former Republic of Yugoslavia, which is a country that is no longer on the map. And on the ancestral plane, I'm a descendant of transgenerational political persecution. And I've only recently started naming some of these aspects of myself and my history and my family's history more explicitly in public forums, as I've realized that it has influenced what I make, which is work that explores issues of collective trauma, the creation of art that repairs ruptures of both personal and archetypal identity. And I like to do that through the creation of myth, poetry, storytelling. What I feel I'm always doing in my process and in the presentation of that process to others is to search for home and for belonging. So now let me take you into some of my worlds through 2 clips. The first is from a show called Constellations, which explores the fictional encounter between the archetypes of the witch and the fool. Let me just do that again with the sounds. Everyone saying this?
I can't see the screen.
No, we can hear the sound, but not see the screen.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Happen now, but you may want to, yes, go back. Perfect.
And the second piece I'd like to show you is a snippet from another work called Drumming in the Hall of the Mountain, which is an outdoor site-specific performance about the end of time and a ritual led by the spirited embodiments of earth, water, fire, and air. So I'm always grappling with this question of how spirituality or spiritual practice sits within a dance pluriverse and more widely within the arts and spaces of cultural dissemination, both on the intimate and personal scale, but also on the larger and public scale. So I spend half of my professional life working as a somatic and systemic therapist, a healer, listening to stories of ruptures of personal, developmental, social, cultural, spiritual trauma. So in a way, I can't not make artistic work about these issues as well, or at a minimum, try to curate or facilitate spaces where ruptures can at least meet the possibility or the imagination of a repair, as I've found that our nervous systems don't differentiate between the real and the imaginary. And none of the work I would make would be possible without a very long list of collaborators from various disciplines. So I'd like to name collaboration and exchange as the central driving force for the sustenance of, I think, any pluriverse that I have been part of or have initiated over the past decade. And so a question that I'm always revisiting is, what do we need in order to collaborate or to continue collaborating? As someone who makes work with the transdisciplinary, the site-specific, sacred queerness, chaos magic, my response to the notion of how a pluriverse can survive and thrive is to keep challenging ourselves to learn again what it means to truly listen to the other. And I specifically mean a form of deep listening that stems from a focusing-oriented standpoint. Can we create opportunities where creative collaborators can do this with one another, and where audiences can do this with performers or with performances? What I propose or suggest might be preaching to the choir in this space, but sometimes is deemed as a form of phenomenology or otherness by a mainstream. However, whatever considers itself the dominant mode of knowing today does sit on the graveyards of the so-called alternative, oftentimes indigenous epistemologies of knowing, of attunement, of morphic resonance. So I'm talking about a form of deep listening beyond the five senses, towards the other, towards space, towards ancestry, towards the land. And I think that those of us that might sail through different streams of dance pluriverses are perhaps more familiar with these spaces, modalities, languaging. And so I believe we also have a responsibility to share with others who might not have that same kind of access or interest. And to conclude, that's to create and involve people in spaces where verbal and spoken language is not something that is asserted onto the lived experience, but rather I see language as something that is derived from the experience of the felt sense. And when I say the felt sense, I mean this whole sense of one's self with the murky, undefined, and blurry edges of the body's home of knowing. And sometimes that language has no words, but instead has a tapestry of images, sounds, sensations, feelings. And I will end there. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much. There's so much to respond to and think about there. It was so rich. Thank you very much for that presentation. Great. Moving on now to Orrow, who I will spotlight. Here we go. Over to you, Orrow.
Okay. Wow. Okay, I feel the need for a little breath. I don't know if people have been here for a little while, but yeah, thank you, Athina and Stefan, for your gorgeous words. And yeah, just letting that sit with me a little bit. I will launch into what I'm going to talk about a little bit. So before I do that, just introduce myself. My name is Orrow Bell, and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a white person in my early 40s with a shaved head, and I'm wearing sort of blue screen glasses. And I'm wearing like a sort of cerise body warmer, and I'm in a room with quite a few plants and books and things behind me. So in thinking about the Pluriverse, wow, we've covered a lot already. Today I was just here just in the afternoon and it was incredibly rich. But in preparing my thoughts over the previous days, I really wanted to start with a thought from the artist and activist Alok Vaid Menon. Alok, in their life and work, really dismantles binary gender as a colonial construct. And they urge us to see gender and, in a way, kind of personhood, really, as a kind of pluriverse. And it's a pluriverse that is continuously expanding with severalness and the kind of potentiality that I think others have spoken to today. But beyond this, it's a pluriverse of light and also love, which moves us past either or thinking. It moves us past even both and thinking towards beyond, something even difficult to wrap your head around. They write that a world where trans people can thrive is not about erasing men and women, but rather acknowledging that man and woman are two of many stars in a constellation that do not compete, but amplify one another's shine. And I love that. I love the idea of genders as stars. As a trans person, I love the idea that plurality, particularly in the field of gender, can create amplification, uplift, illumination. And that this way of thinking and being can be in contrast to the sort of diminishment, division, or erasure that I think lots of people feel for lots of different reasons, but trans people particularly are facing this increasingly. And that kind of diminishment, division or erasure, it really, I think we can trace kind of colonial and capitalist thinking there, or what trans writer and philosopher Paul B. Preciado, tongue twister, calls empire mind. And as myself, a white British person especially, I understand that it's for me to come to an awareness and an embodied, felt ownership of my own, not just empire mind, but empire body mind. And it's in this way that I understand transness as one pulled thread, unraveling the entwined oppressive intersections of white supremacy, ableism, cis heteronormativity, and extractive relationships with the earth. In this way, transness is also process. I think we've talked a lot about the pluriverse as being in process, and certainly transness is that. One of my favorite amusing memes on Instagram is at transgender trucks, which is just lots of different trucks crossing borders with like trans this, trans that, trans waste, you know, Eurotrans, whatever, and reminds me of the transitoriness, the shifting and movement, the wheels of my trans life and of many other people's. So as the queer eco-utopia that we might be searching for is not yet here, plurality and the pluriverse in my life as a trans person and as a dance artist is also about navigating the real world, which is thinking about plurality in the way that it can sort of construct contradictions, tensions, hierarchies and fragmentation. Maybe this is a bit like something that Athina was talking about earlier when she mentioned agon. And I'd like to reference Adrienne Marie Brown, who points out the contradictions inherent in sort of activism and working for change. And I wouldn't call myself an activist, but definitely draw inspiration there. You know, how do we work towards what we believe in for a better future that could be more equitable and sustainable, whilst also navigating the reality of current conditions? You know, what sort of ethical choices, what kind of bodily costs, what kind of privileges might we draw on, and to be able to do that? And I think as artists and dance artists, I think lots of us are doing that in more or less creative or costly ways. So in terms of my practice, as many of us do, I work across a constellation of different modalities and ways of being. I could use words dramaturg, facilitator, curator, performer, dance maker, producer, consultant, artist wellbeing practitioner, research buddy. I work across dance and live art, and I'm often in companionship or supporting roles more recently, although, as I've said, it's a mixture of things. I'm based in London, and I mainly work now with queer artists, although not only. And that comes as a result of working for a long time, kind of trying to fit myself into queer spaces, into straight spaces, in a way that really I now find joy in working with queer community and understanding queerness not only as identity but also as creative strategy. In this way, I often find myself working between, so kind of transiting or bridging between artists and institutions, working to deconstruct like that binary thinking that I mentioned earlier, and contribute to more equitable, or at least to make more transparent power distribution, because I think that's often where imbalances come, when the impact of imbalances become more when they are covered up or made obscure or denied. I also think about working between the spaces between artists and audiences. I mean, that's a primary role often that dramaturgs might think about. And their transness is particularly important, and paying attention to what has been historically quite traumatic for lots of trans people around the dissonance between how you may experience yourself from the inside and how you may be perceived from the outside. And this, I think, can be a space of great play and creativity and empowerment, but has, and not only for trans people, but lots of people in dance, been the site of a great deal of harm. In this way, like lots of people have been already saying in very articulate ways, so I won't go into too much detail, thinking about process and ways of being as the goal or the way I'd like to put my attention, not in contrast to a product, because sometimes we need to get something over the line and that has its own momentum and joy as well, but in the way that paying attention to the conditions of process change the product, or sometimes take care of the product or its values or its nature, to the point where sometimes I don't know or even mind what the outcome is, because the way that the process has been is more important. And that's the luxury sometimes of being in the more dramaturg role. So in this way, I think, particularly as a dramaturg and facilitator, thinking about a pluriverse that's full of contradictions and tensions, bodily directions, oppositions, I'm working towards stretch. I'm working towards widening capacity to expand around, to accept and work with potentially opposing ideas. I think about the body as a field of direction, of experiences, interpretations, desires, needs. And here I can draw on Meg John Barker's really useful model of understanding being from, they've got a great zine called Queer Creative Health, which I can link to. And it's I guess, a take on a sort of existential idea of the world, but that we are operating in three spheres: embodied, entangled, embedded. And this is really present in the way that I think about. So embodied, I think about tensions inside the body as a starting point for creativity and movement. I think about that in entangled ways in terms of human and non-human relationship, and in terms of embedded in the tensions and pulls we may feel in relationship to context or world. So this means to me sometimes yielding and accepting contradictions in the pluriverse, and sometimes, importantly, it means with playing with resistance, pushing back, saying no, not now, not with you, not like this. I think about rest as resistance, joy as resistance, and this is really crucial, and probably I'm moving towards the end. Crucially for me, resistance is not about making a bad or stupid other. So in my work, I strive to centre tenderness, care, and creativity. And just to outline finally, before I finish, 3 areas of the way I've been thinking about that in a recent period of research was thinking about structures of care, so sustainable organisational and project structures that could centre care. What does that look like? And also, how does that implicate safety, which is increasingly at stake for trans people in public and online spaces? 2, bodily practices. How do trans people come to power and creativity in their own bodies and movement? Where might they do that? Why? Where's pleasure in that? And lastly, transness and dramaturgy. So if meaning is not fixed, time is experienced as non-linear, and meaning is expanding like constellations, how do we craft and design process and performance that meets audiences? So that's where I'm probably going to leave you now. And I've got a few links that I can pop in the chat or back on the Padlet. But yeah, thank you very much, Victoria, for hosting, and everyone for listening.
Right. Thank you so much, Orrow. So much in there. And yes, if you could post those links, I'm sure people would be delighted to have them. Thank you very much. And where's Athina? I just need to find Athina. Let's bring her back in. Athina, there you are. Okay.
And
Oh,
Stefan as well, if you have any links that you want to share about your work. I don't know if the videos are available, but maybe some online presence that we can retrace. Be great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to the panelists for those really rich and somehow intersecting or what's the word? Complementary, coexisting presentations. One thing that Michelle messaged, and I also noticed that there's a lovely pace and tempo that has descended onto the quite, frenetic pace of this.
It's the end of the day.
Yeah. But it also seems to align with some of the ethos that's associated with your work, I think, or that you're telling us about your work about caring. I think for all three presenters, about caring, about taking time to really listen, to really go deeply into some of this relationality that you're exploring, be it through finding out more about boxing, which, often a subject that for embodied practitioners, movement practitioners, we might feel averse to, or we might feel that there's a violence there that we don't want to engage with. So working through that, and then working through this magical work, Stefan, and your work that takes us into this kind of otherworldly realm to find out more about ourselves. And then Orrow, you said something really beautiful about rest and joy as resistance. And there was something you said, Orrow, about in that resistance, not making it about a direct confrontation with a stupid, or there was another word you used, bad other.
Yeah.
And I felt that really resonated with Bayo's talk earlier about trying to move outside the crisis or the systems so that we don't perpetuate the ant going round and round. So actually saying, well, I'm going to relate to that person differently in a different manner, that I thought was really useful.
Yeah. Well, I think what Stefan was saying about deep listening comes in there, because I think in a way, when you think, well, I can't agree with that, or I hate that, or that's stupid, I'm not going to connect. You don't even give a chance to listen, because it's quite hard to occupy that in-between space, isn't it, of resisting or disagreeing whilst also feeling connected and empathic, or I feel like that was very beautifully described by Stefan about the profoundness of what a listening experience might give also collectively.
Yeah, thank you. And so you've kind of started us off nicely with any presenter comments. I just wondered if Athina or Stefan wanted to comment or had any questions for one another.
I would like to ask a little bit, Stefan and Orrow, a little bit more about how we listen better. How can we listen better from your experience and your work?
I'll respond. And also partially to what Orrow was just saying as well. Something I found, or one way I've been taught and learned listening, is through trying to repeat back to the other person what they're saying. And a form of conversation where one person speaks and the other does the repeating, which at the beginning might sound like parroting, but then the parroting might move towards something else. And to say back not only the words we're hearing the person saying, or mirroring the gestures they're making, or however we choose to engage, but to try to capture the quality of what it is that they're saying. And I think to do that, what we hear first needs to land within ourselves before we say it back. And it's a really interesting exercise. I mean, it comes from focusing, or that's where I learned it, Gendelen's work. And I think it takes a lifetime maybe to learn, but it starts to shift something to introduce that, both within the day-to-day of how we engage with others without interrupting.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's beautiful. You also make me think about listening to, okay, yes, what someone's saying, but listening as a physical experience of like sound waves, and the importance for me of noticing what's happening in my body as I listen to what someone is saying or I'm in their presence, and giving space and time for that to notice my own response before necessarily jumping in with something, although that can also happen. And I did have another thought, but I think it's gone from my mind. But I wonder, for you, Athina, what better listening or deeper listening might feel like?
It's for me, it's much more like back off, Athena, and just let your mind rest and absorb what's going on. In the same way that you talked about that, and in a way that let kind of maybe bias that start jumping in without controlling, or things that come in, like while I was listening to you, I was thinking, and to actually be mindful of this kind of interference in the voice of others. Also, for me as an action, maybe to lose something from self and go with what is there that is a very different point of view, and follow it through, and be with to activate, because there's also this gap between listening and acting together. So it's a bit for me harnessing this kind of monster that wants always to process and get back to something, and losing part of self to find other, if it makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm looking at the chat, and we have one comment and a question, maybe another comment. Before we go there, I was just wondering whether this word that was really central in Stefan's presentation and what I know of his work, which is constellations, which was also used a lot by Orrow, and it wasn't explicitly used by Athina, but it felt like you were talking about that in talking about the kind of inhabiting different spaces and different places within the artistic world. So I just wonder whether constellations is also an image, a model that we can put alongside the idea of the pluriverse, and that can help us understand how this plurality can become something that is enmeshed and entangled and embedded within its context. And I wonder whether it inspires you. I mean, of course, I know that is profoundly linked to what how Stefan works, whether there are any words that you want to offer around this, the pluriverse as a constellation, and what does it help us do, and how does it help us see things?
Yeah, I mean, one word or phrase that I'm with is something Athina said around carrying spirits with us. And I think constellation work, as in family constellation work, is so much about that. And then something Orrow said, which I'm with, is entanglement. And so much of constellation work is about unentangling ourselves from the kind of spiritual or ancestral entanglements that are prohibiting us from living our life more fully. And then, of course, this bridges out into what I'd call structural and archetypal constellation work. And I think that's where it can start to really bridge into the idea of pluriverse. And it's, I mean, I'll just throw some prompts here. It's to belong is to be in the right place and the right time. To understand give and take as an essential exchange. Yeah, I'll leave it there as kind of principles maybe, or curiosities, if they can be applied within a dance ecology or pluriverse.
Thank you, Stefan. It also wants to make me ask, isn't any time the right time, any place the right place? Are there more? Is there more than one right time and right place? Oneness and multiplicity and plurality and all of that. But I'll actually shut up and let Orrow and Athina reconnect with the question of constellation.
Yeah, I think thinking about revisiting constellations in different ways, and it's funny that I was thinking about that quite. Of course, your work, I'd forgotten it was called Constellations, and just what you were saying, and also what you were saying about listening. It's not very logical connection, but I suddenly had a memory of experiencing a piece of work which I've forgotten the name of, someone might know. It's by the minimalist composer Lamont Young, and it consists of one note. The score is just a stave with one note on it when the instruction is to be held for a very long time. And I was introduced to that by a collaborator called Jamie McCarthy, composer. And you go in and there's speakers all around, or it depends how it's set up, it's always different, but the sound is spatialized, and you go in and it's a drone. It's just a drone that, there it is. But it takes the whole space, and while you're inside it, you begin to understand over time, by taking a long time, that if you move your head this way or that way or this way, you experience the sound completely differently. Like, you hear different registers, different notes. If you locate yourself differently within this web, or kind of the constellation of waves, I'm mixing metaphors, but like the spatialization of that made me think about attentiveness to orientation and location and direction, and like a physical openness to sensing in the simplicity of one single note. So imagine what it's like when you've got the cacophony of everything we have around us. And that feels like a sort of sound metaphor for how I imagine constellations, which seem in some way, when I think about stars in the universe, something a little bit more abstract for me. But yeah, it seems related. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else, but yeah.
I would like to agree, or to empathize with this idea of cacophony and coexistence as a kind of a constellation and a web of sorts that coexist, and also to add this idea about host and guest, and about passing by as guests. Sometimes we're just passing by, and not there to stay, but just visiting, and we come close and then we are off. I have a little bit of I'm torn with the idea of the pluriverse as opposed to the plural, and the idea of things are there outside, and also the idea of which I think is fantastic creatively, and intellectual, the idea of trying to map, trying to bring things together, but somehow also we are part of something we cannot act upon. And it's this kind of interesting challenge of coining with concepts that are that they create structures, but also they are elusive. Yes, so yes to the idea of constellation, and plus the idea of plurality, and a bit of randomness, but accepting this kind of loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My job was to keep on top of the chat, which I haven't done very well. So is that okay if I go back to it? We have a comment from Kerry. Thank you for the notion of tenderness. I think this was Orrow who mentioned tenderness. River Nash has been working across the University of Exeter to encourage a pedagogy of care, resistance through their work as an artist with wood. Great to feel these ideas coming through in these Pluriverse discussions. So thank you, Kerry, for that comment. A question from Michelle, who is up there. For Stefan, is it possible to listen deeply to others if we can't listen deeply to ourselves?
My intuition says yes. I think we can learn to listen deeply to ourselves by listening to others.
That's a generous answer. I was going to say no way. Not possible. First, you need to learn to listen to yourself, but actually that is so much more generous.
Well, I'd offer a question back. Is there a difference between listening to oneself and listening to the other? And how do we perceive or map that difference within ourselves?
Yeah. And also perhaps this idea of the horizon is something that we constantly move towards, but it's also a praxis, a daily staying with. So it's never an arrival, never a point of, yes, I have listened. Yes, I've understood. More comments from Michelle. Losing self is so central to so many non-Western traditions of thought. Now, I'm not exactly sure at what point the comment came in, but resonated. And Thea, is there something between the give and take and Orrow's notions of stretch and tensions? If you can trace it back.
Do you mean, is there like a middle ground or something between give and take? I'm not sure if that's what the question is asking for.
Yeah, if you're able to.
Asking is there a connection? I think maybe, is there a question? Unless Thea's there to ask the question herself.
Yeah. Well, I can think about it in a very in a really basic way, through contact, where giving is taking and pushing and receiving. It's all in a field of continuity, isn't it? Like, I don't see them as they are polarities at the extreme, but they're also on a continuity of contact, and so that's kind of how I imagine it. It feels like conceptual ideas, but also very physical to me in a way of thinking about working with those directions in the body through space. Like, feels like a way of also finding a way to release. So to find a clarity of directionality through the body is a way of finding alignment in space somehow.
Right. There's an observation from Julia. Losing of self might be losing of the ego self. Empathy, care, or listening doesn't have to mean sameness or exact alignment, rather a kind of dual attention to the whole and one's place within it. This seems to me something in common between moving, dancing together, and deep listening practices. Thank you, Julia. It's a lovely comment.
Yeah, I'd just add to that very quickly that sometimes listening very closely to something that I find repulsive or an anathema helps me understand better how to resist it.
That's really great. Thank you. And we have one final question, which goes to Vip, and it feels very fitting that Vip, who is doing a lot of work behind the scenes for all of these networks, gets the last question. And it's a question for Athina. What connections or disconnections or unexpected moments came up in the boxing match work between the auctioneers, the dancers, the athletes, the bankers, and sorry, I can't remember all the professionals involved, scientists, I think, as well. So what tensions?
Yes, thank you for this question. What it came out is that a lot of people that consider boxing a very violent sport, a kind of a deviant violence, a structured violence like contact sports often have brought people together, and people think about boxing and fighting in a different lens, through a different lens. That there is a ground where I have written something here, an expression of human existence lies in such contrasts and multiple simultaneous textures of struggle and contest. So in some way, in a paradoxical way, something so much contested brought a lot of understanding and respect as to bringing on the table differences, setting them all out, and people in good faith navigating boundaries and differences, and not in a way suddenly develop a community, but a gathering where opens to more questions. So yes, it was surprising that so much violence had an opposite effect.
Thank you, Athina. And Jim in the commentary there says the violence of boxing has rules, of course,
yes,
which makes it very different from most hostility. And just one last observation before we get to the 5 o'clock mark is from Susan Sentler, who says, thinking of constellation, rather perhaps Pluriverse as a palimpsest composed of multiple materialities, the overlapping of things. The overlapping will happen. Not everything is lost, but things will rise and submerge through time, and the overlaps will create other meanings and other stuff. That's something to think about. And maybe if someone could put that in the Padlet, that would be a nice addition to some of the reflections of the day. So we have just turned 5 o'clock and we are keeping to time. I just want to say a huge thank you to the presenters who've really, I feel, created a really fitting end to our adventures over the last 2 days. And I feel blessed to have chaired your panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you from me too, really. And as we said already, the rhythm and the pace of this last conversation has felt right. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to just take a little moment while we refigure the visuals and give people a little moment, and we're just going to offer some final thoughts and reflections. And of course, we haven't rehearsed this. These have just emerged on the hoof. So just give us a moment while we sort the visuals out, and we'll start that in a second or so, a minute or so. Where's Julia? Let's get Julia. There we go. Okay.
We've gone from daylight to nighttime here. You're saying we've gone from bright daylight.
Yeah.
Bright daylight plunged into darkness. That's how long we've been here.
That's how long we've been stuck. Forced to be on a Zoom marathon. Great. Okay. I don't think we're going to take too long with this final summing up because there is so much to process. There's so much information already on the Padlet, and we're going to add to that. We have some stalwarts who are staying with us. We've got 47 people still with us. So thank you for still being with us to this very end of the day. Again, a huge thanks to the keynote presenters, to our panelists, and to the wonderful participants who have offered their thoughts, questions, and comments in the chat. I'm going to take chair's privilege. Just throw out a few thoughts of my own from the day. That it's been extremely rich. Something that kept coming up for me was the tension between individualism and collectivity, becoming lost to find new relationalities, the responsibility for enacting change and its repercussions, taking responsibility for that, not just creating interventions and then kind of letting things ripple without taking care of their outcomes or responsibility for their outcomes. Time is a resource, and time is a privilege and a power. Small scale power, and avoiding perpetuating the crisis by being part of it. That's come up as a regular theme, being the change we want to make, and thinking together. And that ruptures can meet the possibility of a repair, which is something that Stefan said, and I thought that was really interesting, that we can meet the possibilities of repair by making change. Maybe that's radical or small change. And I'm going to leave those thoughts there.
Should I go next?
Go for it, Michelle.
Yeah, it's interesting that if you were to see the rest of this room I'm in, you'd see there was about 50 pieces of paper with different coloured things. There were Post-its, 3 computers on the go, a phone. And my husband came in at about 3:30 when we were having the first break and said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, it's going to be a job to try to put it all together." He said, well, how will you do that? I said, well, I've got a few things that I can share and considerations, but I feel like perhaps the deepest learning won't necessarily strike me today because there's so much to reflect on. You know, we've heard from 20 different contributors, and every time I hear somebody's idea, I think, you know, what I've loved is trying to find those connecting points between what initially seem like quite disparate ideas, but actually underlying it all, there's something that kind of holds everything together. So I found the whole day very exciting. And I know that we started at the start of the 2 days thinking about, you know, what is it we might direct our collective attention to? And the more I hear from people, I think it's collective attentions in the plural. But what does strike me is that everybody's committed to kind of finding new ways of doing things. And I think this goes back to Bayo's comment that many of us have kind of come to the conclusion that modernity has reached its limits. And so it feels absolutely necessary to find new ways of being and doing and kind of examining what we're doing and how. And, you know, I have some simple questions in terms of, you know, what do we consider, how might we make a better dance ecology? What would it look like? How do we get there? And what needs to change in order for the problems or crises we face to get better? And I know that Athina in the last conversation was talking a little bit about what do we need to accept in order to engage with this complexity. So that's kind of stayed with me. But I certainly feel, it feels clear to me that there's no one answer to all these diverse problems. You know, all of the keynote speakers, Katja, Ashish and Bayo, they've all talked about the importance of starting locally and that being really important. And in the Padlet earlier, Simon Whitehead put in a comment and he was referring to, I think it's Gary Snyder has a poem called Dig Where You Stand, and that being a kind of suggestion of, you know, if you're not sure where to begin, then look at where you are and what needs to be attended in your immediate environment, and that being a place to start. So I really like that as a kind of, a helpful tool to kind of know how to begin to move forwards, perhaps. But I suppose we also, you know, there's lots of things that have come up where we need to be quite kind of brave and honest about how our current ways of thinking are perpetuating some of the problems we're trying to resolve. That's come up several different times. And being brave is a bit of a risky business. But then there's risk involved in both taking new action and there's risk involved in being inactive. So that feels really key. And I also feel that kind of clarifying values feels really important moving forwards. You know, we've heard a lot about talking about kind of care frameworks, care, respect for human, non-human forms. And Katja's kind of notion about kind of resistance and creation, I thought, yeah, I could really kind of find a way to work into that. You know, resisting competition in order to create cooperation. You know, Stefan was talking earlier about collaboration and exchange being central, and kind of resisting universalism in order to create diversity, pluriversality. Yeah, there's so much. I mean, I could go on, but I feel I ought to stop. So I will.
Daniela, thank you, Michelle. Daniela.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, what else? I think one of the things that I'm with is to do with how we sort of proposed that we positioned ourselves in a place of kind of also questioning our own positionalities and understanding different vantage points and expanding this work of mapping the different positions, the different voices, but also very much being aware that there are still so many blind spots. So I suppose the question that I'm with is around this, is around whilst it is extremely heartwarming to feel that people have responded to provocations, have felt seen, have felt that some positions, problems, questions have been made visible and have had space for discussion, what else has remained unsaid? What else has remained unseen? Is this even a valid question, or does it fall into the logic of we need to map every single positionality and tick all of the boxes in order for everybody to feel seen? So also, I suppose my question is around what is there a tension between, I want to say, genuine pluriversal practices and those EDI agendas that we're all familiar with, that work within neoliberal structures of having to, kind of, we talked yesterday about how diversity has become a commodity. So how do we navigate the tension between wanting to engage with pluriversal practices that really acknowledge plurality and the richness of it, and also kind of we all operate within institutions, structures, organizations that work with reporting structures that are all about demonstrating that you've ticked all of the boxes. Is there a way of escaping this sometimes empty, these exercises that feel empty, and kind of stay with the genuine, stay with the deep listening, with the dialogues that do make you uncomfortable, that do show the blind spots and the vulnerability and the cracks and the gaps and the holes and so on. So I suppose that's what I'm with.
Thank you.
Julia.
Thank you, Daniela. So that brings me to this notion from Bayo's talk, but I think that's come up as a bit of a theme about, acting beyond and listening beyond a sort of binary of right and wrong, or being outside spaces of virtue and purity. And this is something that I am facing in a kind of heartbreaking way a little bit in my own work and practice. With an incident where things just went wrong, and I'm really having to listen through that. So I'm saying that kind of quite vulnerably, that these borders are very live for me right now, and that I share that because that points to me to something about the hidden, shining a light on the hidden, and also this dual consciousness of what's crumbling, the inner crumbling or the inner shifts kind of being mirrored in what's asked for in the outer world, and what possibilities that might offer to attend to that as dance practitioners, to that sort of dual path of inner and outer practice. And the only other thing that I want to say is, just this thing about the borders and what's hidden, and might time and listening, taking time and engaging in deep listening be ways to attend to this, as well as the hidden's relationship to to tantric spirituality and the sort of allergy to spirituality that we have sometimes in the arts, where it's just not cool to reference those themes. But one particular lens that came to mind is the 5 powers of Shiva, which are creating, destroying, concealing, revealing, and stasis. And so perhaps in the Pluriverse, acknowledging that there is always a coexistence in our field of what's present or visible, and that doesn't necessarily have to devalue what's hidden or what is not having a light shown on it at that moment. And also to acknowledge with each other, like I feel quite vulnerable in being visible right now as someone who is, you've all been very generous in inviting me to speak in this moment. I'm conscious of the deep levels of experience and creativity of the other folks in the Zoom room and who have been with us over these past 2 days. And so, yeah, I want to acknowledge the tenderness of that, of the, these different things coexist in more and less visible and more and less present ways, and that perhaps doesn't have to make any of them less valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody in the team once more. And I think we're going to bring it to a close now. Daniela has very helpfully put the Padlet link again in the chat. And just a reminder that there is a questionnaire in there. And we would really value your feedback in the questionnaire. And there's also an opportunity then to reflect and engage and come back to us in a few months' time, and just to see how some of this work or this thinking might have resonated out a little bit and might have impacted your own thinking and your own work in particular ways. So thanks again. If you want to turn your camera on for a final goodbye, that would be really nice to see who's in the space.
Can we also say what's happening next with our...
Please do, yes.
No,
Yes. I've written it down. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. Yes. So the network doesn't end here. This is the start. This is our launch event. We have some events coming up in April. We have 2 days of choreographic workshops, which is just for a small invited group of folk to really drill down and dig down into some of this complexity. But one day on the April the 19th at Southeast Dance in Brighton, we have a workshop, a choreographic workshop that is open to all. So in the morning, we have Anna de Claid with Communitas Dance doing a workshop looking at community and communing through dance. This is all free. And then in the afternoon, we have Alexandrina Hemsley. So that's the 19th of April. It's a Friday. Alexandrina will be sharing some of her work and working practices for those with at least 2 years of dance training experience. So for artists working there. The evening of the April the 19th, we have a roundtable event, 5 till 6:30, where you can come and meet us in person. You can come and talk to us in Brighton and we can have an exchange. And that event is not only supported by Southeast Dance, but also Sussex Dance Network. And if you're a young dance maker, young as in the first 2 years or so of your making practice, it has nothing to do with age, then we have some open young dance makers bursaries to support travel, just a small bit of money to encourage folk to come along to that event. But again, that's free. All of this you can find on our Eventbrite page, on our website, on our social links. And we also have a Res Dance podcast coming up with the wonderful Gemma Harmon, and we'll be recording that in February. Following that, we're doing some work in June, and we will have again a public workshop in June. Dates for that will be released, and then in October we'll reconvene in this space to talk about producing the Pluriverse and power and place, and then we end it all in 2025 with an event at Kingston University, or that might be in October. Anyway, it's all on the website. So do have a look there. Thank you for reminding me of that, Daniela. Have I missed anything?
I don't think so. I've put one link in the chat if we have any more and people have them handy.
Brilliant. Okay, great. We're all good to go. let's have just a final, I'm going to unspotlight us and then we can just see who's in the room. That'd be so nice.
Great. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Yeah, really enjoyed the time.
And it's great to see everybody.
Yes.
I think in person, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just so nice to see familiar faces and children. Hi. Hi.
And cats.
And cats. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And
us.
stay with us and keep in touch.
Yeah, do.
Have a
Okay.
nice evening. Thank you.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Gemma. How's she gone? Okay. Is everyone gone from the room? How do we do that? Peggy, somebody wants to come in. Oh, finished. No, I think we'll have to ignore that. So we don't have anybody left in the room.
We've got a few people.
Oh,
No, we have a couple of people still.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have to find the participants again. What am I doing? Got 8 participants. Okay.
Oh. I'm just gonna. That's everybody now.
Yeah, there was somebody in the waiting room. No.
Yeah, it gets confusing, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's because you're counted twice. Let me just